Well, hello my darlings, and welcome to Stellaris. Today, we will be, continuing our adventures in Baldur's Gate 3 by doing what Daddy Ball asked of us, which was killing everything in existence. We're very committed to that. So hairy, I am very hairy today. Both in this and my hair is just... It's somehow just decided to poof up. Very poofy. Lots of hair. Goodness. Hello, Spiritual. Hello, my dear Luva. Hello, Reverend and Voxy. How are we all doing today? The camera, yes, it'll be a good day, at least for a while. Stellaris is known to be quite laggy in the late game, but the early game, we're fine. So we're going to take advantage of that and allow you to see all of my beautiful face, and hopefully that will be a little bit more interesting than all the little numbers and buttons and things. So for those of you who have never played Stellaris before, it is a 4X set in space. And we, to give you a little bit of context for what we're doing, we are playing as the Illithids, specifically as our dear Dark Urge from our Baldur's Gate campaign. He is the Bullspawn, and he is in charge of, all of Toril now. You know, we've conquered Faerun, and then we conquered everything else on that planet. And then we've gone and we've conquered our own solar system. So now it's time for us to branch out. Now we will be playing today a devouring swarm. And that works more or less as the Absolute would work, in that as a hive mind, which we are, you know, we have control of the Netherbrain after all, we can grow our empire by going and killing other empires, just devouring them. We're necrophages, so we are basically I made the Illithids as closely as I could. Yes, swarm. That's what we're doing. We're swarming. Now I've beaten several games of Stellaris in the past. I have never won as a genocidal empire. Usually as a megacorp or some other diplomatic empire, which gets very easy to, snowball out of control after a while. But the same can happen here with our hive mind, if we're very lucky. Now, unfortunately, one of the main things about playing as a necrophage hive mind, we don't have any population growth of our own, as in Baldur's Gate with the Absolute. We are going to have to conquer our enemies and put worms in their heads in order to grow. So hopefully we have some enemies nearby. Now we are going to unpause the game, see how things go. Now actually, before we unpause the game, there's a few moves I should make. It's not Megan, actually, no. But I think we need to start surveying around us. It has been a very, very long time since I last played Stellaris. I know there have been several adjustments to the game. Adjustments that I'm not entirely prepared for. But let's get some weapons going first. This might be useful, Unity. We probably are going to have some Unity issues. And fusion reactors, sure, let's go for that. We're going to go very heavy into military early on. Hello, Kachai. Welcome, my dear, welcome. How are you doing today? Let's see how things are on Toril, the capital. Now, there's a few features here. We don't really have the money to deal with them at the moment. Money isn't incredibly useful right now to us. It helps. Reactor, I barely knew her. Hello, DM Phobia. Thank you ever so for the follow. Okay, we need to get some trading done, I think. I like to make sure that we're getting as many minerals as possible early game. Minerals are more or less the most valuable thing you can get. So we're going to buy minerals. What's the current price? They buy for 1, so we can afford to probably purchase 30 of them a month. And that's going to dramatically help our economy in the long term. been an okay day. You came into work and one of the animals on your section had passed overnight. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. That's terrible. Of course, nothing you could have done. You weren't there, but that's heartbreaking nonetheless. My sympathies. Hopefully all the killing we're about to do helps you feel better about it somehow. I don't know. Now, we absolutely need to start exploring. We need to find, basically, planets that we can, well, slaughter the inhabitants of and take for our own. So let's get another science ship going, because science ships help us scan. Killing always cheers you up. It certainly perks my mood up. Now, we are playing, as I said, a devouring swarm, so there's a decent chance that we are going to very quickly be attacked. Oh? What's this?
Lack the kind of technology that allows
a primitive
us to
society.
the stars, there is still a lot to be gained from these aliens. Whether it be learning from their culture or claiming them as slaves is up to us.
Slaves! 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 Absolutely, we're going to claim them as slaves. No, we're going to actually eat them. We have detected the presence of a savage alien civilization on Hoda 4 in the Hoda system. They currently seem to be experiencing the equivalent of a renaissance, having recently left the medieval age behind them. Scientific knowledge is spreading rapidly, and the armies of their petty kingdoms are equipped with crude gunpowder-based projectile weapons. We should consider building an observation post above their world to study them more closely. We are actually quite fortunate to have found this. So we have 2 guaranteed worlds where there will be a civilization, but they're usually quite small as necrophage. This, however, 12 pops. That's rather good. Overall, a decent planet. So we're going to take that for our own. Lovely. We will eat them. It'll be grand. And there is an encounter here in Seoul. Okay. So now we have to go and put an envoy here. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Seoul system, so somehow someone has gotten into our system. We should be able to find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be a suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they have been given the designation Gibble Aliens. Alright, so let's put Garma in here. Now, thankfully, this game is going to be very much focused on reading. We're going to do a lot of reading. We need another alien, but we're going to have to wait. Another scientist. Another scientist. Where are these spacefarers? I'm not sure I saw this. Ah, there we go. I didn't even think. I didn't click the rest. I just clicked the first one. Can I actually? Let's look at these again. I didn't check. They're all the same. They're all. Oh no, adaptionist. Okay, so this one's probably the best one. Because we don't really need resilient, because our populations are they're already undead. Not really any purpose in worrying about that. One thing we do need to worry about, though, we are going to have to get ourselves some armies to deal with the population here on Hoda 4. Oh, okay. We're going to need one army to deal with the population on Hoda 4. So let's recruit an army. One absolutist army. That'll deal with it. No problem, I'm sure. Of course, we're going to have to claim the system as our own as well. That's important. Now, we have quite a bit of minerals now. Let's have a look at our planet. As we can see, there are currently 9 available jobs. And 5 undesirables. Now, the undesirables are our Baldurians. They're still alive somehow. But they're getting squashed out. We're turning them into Illithids, slowly, but surely. So don't worry, soon enough. Until that point, though, there's no point in us really building more here. What we can do, however, is we can start building some mining stations and research stations here on Seoul. So how is everyone doing today? We have another planet here too, actually. The Voltum Star Assembly. Not the best. So, there are precursors. Everyone gets, well, every player character. I don't know if the NPCs get them. get access to a precursor, we got the Morningstar assembly. We have discovered artifacts from an ancient alien civilization on Bennett Notch 1. Oh, yes, so we do. Thank you for the update, Luva. I wasn't paying much attention. The account has already been suspended or deactivated by the bot. That's hilarious. Okay, it's already been suspended. I went to go and block it, and apparently already gone. They must have been active in this region of space approximately 12 million years ago, judging by the age of their artifacts. From what they have been, our scientists. From what they have been able to piece together, our scientists theorize that these aliens, who called themselves the Morningstar Assembly, were worm-like annelids, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, that communicated with each other primarily through vibrations carried along their segmented bodies. Alright, so we're rather rubbish, all things considered. What we really, really wanted was to get,
Here is something
the Zro.
Didn't know.
We didn't get the Zro, but that's not really something we can control. It's just RNG. Now, the one thing about Stellaris, compared with Baldur's Gate, well, there's a lot in very different games, through and through. Stellaris is very much RNG focused, so whether or not we have a good game is, yes, due to whether I am skilled enough to play, but also down to whether we are fortunate enough to actually get the things we need. Hello, Wee Cabbage. Hello, Lilith Demonia. Yes, I am playing a strategy game. I love strategy games. I don't have a glass of water, I have a chalice. As is appropriate. We are doing fairly well for the minerals. Again, we're buying up as many minerals as possible. Gold doesn't matter much, or credits, rather. We have picked up readings of an unknown nature. The signals seem to be some kind of repeating syntax, which could indicate sapient origin. It should be investigated further. They seem to be concentrated around a single space station, although it is unclear whether this forms part of a larger spacefaring civilization.
Council agenda ready.
I'm getting the feeling that we've not started well. Okay. We need to start assigning new roles, don't we? Yes. Can we do this? Or is there a person already here? I have no idea. I guess we already have leaders there? I'm not sure. No, not that. What's this? Unity? What does infinite opportunities actually do? Amenities? Well, we don't care that much for that. So let's do that. Finding the voice. Okay, well, too late. I've already buggered things up severely. What DLC do I have? I have all of them except for Astral Planes. I've heard terrible things about the Astral Planes DLC. So I'm not getting it. Also, I don't think I have, actually, no, I do have everything beside that, now that I think about it. Okay, we are not finding much in the way of territory. But one thing we can start doing now, we can go over here, start building there. I am going to actually start exploring, because we need to find occupied planets, and quickly. Now, I do believe there are specific things here that can help us with our purging. What are we doing for purging? Pop growth speed, no, that's not helpful. Everything's been changed. Everything's been changed since the last time I played this. Synchronicity, that's it, isn't it? Abnormal conditions. Okay, first we'll do this. Yes, necrophaging pops provides unity, so let's take that first. As our science ship scans the surface of Irustilia 3A, it becomes quite clear that they have found something out of the ordinary. It has conditions unlike anything we've ever seen before. We will surely come across even more irregularities like this as we survey new planets and should not underestimate their impact on our expansion. Yes, you get to listen to my voiceover of all the menus. Isn't that wonderful? Okay, we're actually just going to start exploring. It's very, very important that we explore these systems and find out where there's life that we can snuff out. This is actually going to be our first priority over here. Hoda. Okay, there might be people living here. Does this planet have a unique name? It doesn't, so it probably doesn't have anyone there. Legion node. Oh yes, of course, we don't have leaders, we have nodes. Okay, naval capacity. I think that's probably the most useful. Sublight speed plus 15%, that's pretty bloody good. Okay, there we go. We can conquer that planet. So let's go over here. You missed the other FTL options. I didn't start playing this game until after all of that was removed, so I don't have to miss it. I mean, I think I did play Stellaris very early on. Very, very early on. But I can't remember any of it. So it's like I never experienced it at all. I didn't really get into it until much later. Okay, we have a lot of minerals now. That's good. I'm basically playing it now with all the DLC. Oh, what's this? Right, the Gimel aliens. The language of the Gimel aliens contains millions of seemingly redundant sounds, apparently dialectic hangovers from the precursor civilizations. When translated, these apparently superfluous filler words seem to serve no purpose other than to add linguistic flavor. All, at most, have only minor contextual implications. Thankfully, our language realms have narrowed down the obsolete aspects of their language and are now compiling an abridged lexicon which will prove very useful for efficient communication with the Gimel aliens. I'm just like, where are all the bloody aliens? Okay, so I want you to go here, darling, and attack. Because yes, they only have 11 armies. We should be able to wipe them out pretty quickly. Okay, first let's read this. After successfully translating their language, we have established communication with the independent space station of Zurakorp. Are you telling me? Oh my god, I think...
Pre-FTL civilization knows of our existence. We can now engage in limited diplomacy with the planet's leadership, depending on our policy stance.
Okay, so we've been blocked off one way by... You know what, I've made so many buggered mistakes. Let's just restart. We've been immediately blocked off by by something that we cannot get past. There's no way we're going to be able to kill them forever. So we're just going to pretend that none of that ever happened. Let's start again. Can't save scum in this game, so we'll just start again. Perfect. Wonderful. This looks better anyhow. There was too many planets out there that didn't have any life. So let's start from scratch. Because I buggered it up so badly last time. Okay. This is the kind of game where if you make mistakes at the beginning, you kind of screwed yourself for late game. And it's been so long since let's just call that a mulligan. We have one mulligan. Oh no. 30 gems per month. Perfect. Research, sure. Sure, let's just go with research heavy. We'll get the afterburners there because they make us zippy. It seems like it's going so well that we have to restart. There we go. We're just one restart. Frankly, we were probably a bit too close in there. The thing about being a devouring swarm is that you kind of have to have some distance from everything else. That was probably going to be too tight. Alright, so let's pretend that never happened. Do over. Okay, so what can we do now? So as you can see, our pop growth is actually not that bad, all things considered. I assumed it would be worse. Oh no, but it's going to be... Pretend that never happened. Exactly. Pretend what never happened. Nothing happened. Nothing never happened. Ever. Okay, let's grab another little illithid scientist. This could be... it's Baglosh. Okay, Baglosh. Get to it, Baglosh. Start exploring.
An anomaly has been discovered.
Okay, we have found an anomaly. Faint traces of weapon radiation, indicative of a military spacecraft, have been detected on Digantu 4. Leave me by now, for now. Hello, Fairy Bites. You caught us on definitely our first attempt. How are you doing today, my dear? Maybe if we're very lucky, we'll end up getting the Zero as well. I'm not expecting that, but if we could, it would be quite the boon. So let's discoveries. Is that the new? There's so many things that they're new, or the way it's been laid out is just different. Okay, what do we have here? The ISS Ugasha has made a startling find on Werthorsk 2. The planet is teeming with alien life. For the first time in history, we have encountered life forms that did not originate on Toril. I mean, Lae'zel didn't originate on Toril. Or did she? I can't actually remember. No, she didn't. She originated on one of the moons. This amazing discovery has silenced those who long believed we were alone in the universe. Though none of the alien creatures are sapient, it is likely only a matter of time before we encounter beings that are. It's not very useful, though. We can't really live here yet. Yes, we have encountered forms of organic life. We knew that. Good work. Abnormal conditions. Okay, we read this before. Which is fine. Half of me... you know what? Not half of me. I'm going to do it. Well, no, actually. I'm going to build 2 corvettes. No immediate problems whatsoever.
Strange happenings are afoot.
Okay, Playful Ruins, we're going to leave it for now, because right now our main goal is to expand.
An unusual phenomenon.
Surface beacon, okay. We are receiving a weak signal from the surface of this planet. The source appears to be some kind of tracking beacon. Beacon. So this is routine. So the research time is going to be about 120 days. I don't think that's worth doing right now, but we can come back and do it in a bit. There's no urgency. So is Stellaris like building in space? It's more like killing in space, or at least the way we're going to play it. This is very much a strategy game. There's not going to be much visually on the screen, but we're going to have a lot of dialogue that I will be reading out. It's going to be a bit of a story. It's a story and strategy at the same time. But we are playing the Reapers of Baal. It is a little bit like Civ in space, in a sense. It's a 4X.
We have detected a pre-FTL society.
Oh, here we
Although they
go.
lack the kind of technology that allows us to traverse the stars, there is still a lot to be gained from these aliens. Whether it be learning from their culture or claiming them as slaves is up to us.
Wonderful. Okay, we have detected the presence of a Gestalt savage alien civilization on Star Route in the Digantu system. They have a advanced into equivalent of an Iron Age and divided into many minor hives, as well as a few larger clusters. Their species is spread across almost the entire surface of the planet. Okay, well, let's very quickly claim them as our own. We have to wait. We're missing 9 bits of metal.
Council agenda ready.
Council gender. No thanks. I don't need any gender. Okay, let's go for this. Or do we just have to launch it? Oh, it's already done. Okay, so now we start the next one. So we get plus 10 amenities. That sounds lovely. So we don't really need many maintenance drones then to keep people happy, do we? I think the best thing we could probably do is try to build ourselves a... What should we build? Where are they? Research lab. Or do we go directly for alloy foundries? I think we go directly for alloy foundries now that I think about it. Let's build an alloy foundry. Council gender. No gender allowed. I mean, we're playing as a hive mind, so in theory, it doesn't make sense to have genders. They're irrelevant. And we're going to attempt to conquer those bastards. I think, actually, the best idea for us to start with, is it discovery? Or is it supremacy? Supremacy gives us immediately plus 20 army damage. So I think... Or synchronicity allows us to get unity from necrophaging pops. But we are doing it alright for the unity already. I'm not really certain. Prosperity actually might be useful. Buildings and districts are a little bit cheaper. You know what? I think prosperity is going to be it.
Council agenda available.
There we go. We're going to go with prosperity. Alright, build an observation post, or not an observation post, a starbase. Now, over here, I want to get an assault army ready. Some absolutist forces to conquer this planet. Thankfully, I'm only covering up the outliner on the side here, which is marvellous, because it's not really something you all need to be able to see. It's something I need to be able to see. But it doesn't really impact your ability to enjoy the game. At least I should think not. Oh, we should go and look at our... what's it? Policies and edicts? Yes, policies. So, we can't actually change too much here. We could, however... focus on... I think balanced actually is the best bet for us right now. We don't actually have many options because we're playing as a swarm. It just didn't feel appropriate to play as anything else though, since we were attempting to continue our story. Okay, let's... ship weapons damage, sure. More weapons, that's wonderful. We want to be doing as much damage as possible.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. Now, immediately build some mining outposts, because that's a good chunk of minerals. And as I said previously, minerals are very, very important. Now, I think if we get rid of this, we get to build one absolutist plot. So we might actually want to stop buy... You know what, that's silly. We won't stop buying minerals. We're going to just need so many minerals. Can always use more weapons. I usually play this game a little bit more passively. So this is going to be new for us. Let's go explore over here, in fact. Seems kind of silly to be focusing on things where there's no people, right now, at least.
An unusual phenomenon.
Waterless canyons. Canyons deep enough to be seen from orbit furrow the surface of Nekar 3. Yet the planet is as dry as a dust bowl. What could have happened to the water that once so profoundly carved Nekar 3's stone? You know what? Sure. Do a little study for us, darling. See what you can find out. And you are going to come over here and land some armies on Star Route. Marvellous. Building upkeep decreased, and that should bring us into the green, hopefully, within next month. Wonderful. You drank it all. Drank all the water on that planet. Now, should I go and get another Corvette? Part of me says yes.
Construction venture.
Or should I go for a science ship? It's hard to say. Oh, here we go. Here we actually find out the truth. Metamorphic dehydration. Following a thorough investigation of Nekar 3, the ISS Yugasha crew has confirmed that the planet used to be covered in flowing water several billion years ago. However, the geochemical composition of the planet's basalt crust proved highly hydrophilic. So much so that Nekar 3's thirsty rocks eventually absorbed and bound all of the water on its surface. Now all that remains of these vast oceans are salty brine streaks lining Nekar 3's numerous canyons. Science Officer Baglosh adds that the mineral hydrates now dominating Nekar 3's landscapes could have many valuable industrial applications. Nova said to drink water, and that what were we supposed to do? That was exactly what you're supposed to do, darling. Let's get a commander in there. Attack the planet. Go for it.
The pre-FDL civilization knows of our existence. We can now engage in limited diplomacy with the planet's leadership,
Invaders.
depending on our policy stance.
We don't know why you're attacking us, but no, we will fight to defend our planet. We will not yield. We are one. You are also one. Now there are two. How's the fight going to go? Oh my god. When did they get this many troops? I was not prepared for this. Let's retreat.
An attempt to take a new world has failed.
Let's retreat, and we will get ourselves another army built. In fact, we'll get 2 more armies built, because we're going to need them eventually anyhow. And while we're doing that, let's get ourselves both a science ship and a few more corvettes. Oh, everyone's leveled up a little bit. So the cognitive node here, let's absolutely increase that. Spark of Genius. Growth node. Ship build speed. 100%. Dirge. What does Dirge get? Ship weapons damage plus 2%. Or ship weapons damage plus 7%. I feel like the sublight speed is actually more useful. Hello, Chaos Them. Welcome, darling. Regulatory node, what did you upgrade with? Ship upkeep? Absolutely, we're going to take that. We're all about those ships. As many ships as possible. And we don't give a shit about anything else. Last lunch is over and you can't lurk in the lab. That's a terrible pity, Voxy. Well, we've enjoyed your company while we could have it. Ta for now, my dear. Okay, we have another science ship here, so let's just grab Raglar here. Raglar, you, my dear, are going to go this way. Have a good science. We're going to have a good science here, too. We're going to try our best, at least. Oh, the game is paused. Do feel free to inform me, darlings, if I leave the game paused without doing anything for a while. It's likely to happen once or twice.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. Okay, you, darling, I want you to move over here. And I suppose this will be the next place we try to conquer. I mean, there's nothing here, but we do want to take the planet for our own. Also, this is a level 1 anomaly, so let's just do it. Why not? Goodness, 10! That's rather good. How are things on the capital? We could probably afford to build...
A system survey has concluded.
a research lab here. Getting good tech is important. Efficient builder. Planetary... Oh, absolutely, we're going to go for that. Cheaper buildings? Wonderful. We're going very, very focused on economy right now. A strong economy will help us in the long run.
A study has been
Oh my god.
completed.
Our planet, our empire rather, is just sprawling across the entire galaxy already. How did that happen? Ancient survey marker. A small short-range transmitter has been located on the surface of Weirthosk 1. It appears to be an ancient survey marker placed here eons ago to mark a large deposit of precious minerals. The miners it was meant for evidently never arrived, as the deposit is still here. And it's all ours. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Just sublime. Okay, now what do we do? Monthly unity plus 5% or naval capacity from soldier jobs. I think, all things considered, I think this is more useful for us because we're going so military heavy. Boglash here has gotten an upgrade. Sure, meticulous analyst. Meticulous, rather. Okay, you go survey this. Because we're going to want to get this as well. There's a lot of minerals. A lot. The goal right now, as I said, is to expand. Expand, expand, expand. And more importantly, find things to kill. So let's just keep building... Actually, we might hold off building a few more corvettes for the time being. But what I will probably do is I'm going to lower this so we're not wasting quite as much of our coin. $85. Oh, it's paused. It's going to happen so many times where I completely forget the game has been paused. Oh, good. Another planet over here.
Construction venture completed.
Thermonian civilization encountered. Oh, there's another civilization here. We have encountered the presence of a savage alien civilization on Myriad 4 in the Myriad system. They currently are experiencing a renaissance. Well, that's wonderful. We can go and kill them. How many are there living here? 12. Absolutely, we are going to kill them. It's going to be wonderful. Alright, you three, band together. And now, it's time to conquer Starroot. Properly. Kill, maim, exactly. That's what we're here for. Killing and maiming. Killing in the name of. Ball. Okay, now we're absolutely eviscerating them. We had more troops before, but they were a bit surrounded, and now they aren't. Now they are very much ready to conquer. And we found another society. This one's in the Iron Age, the Mandasurin Society. As well, complex drone output and upkeep from jobs. We can change all that up. Okay, we'll get the complex drone output, because that will impact our science and our alloys, as well as a few other things.
An enemy planet has been secured.
Subjugating savages. Our armies have successfully invaded and subdued the primitive forces on Starroot. The locals have given up all attempts at fighting back, and we have now subsumed their civilization into our empire, although backwards as they are. It may take some time for the natives to become fully productive members of Ballist society. We're just going to, consume them. It'll be wonderful. So now, I want to go over here and start attacking this planet. Because it's actually going to take us a little while before this planet can be used. The people here, we have to actually necrophage them all. Is there anything that we could do to make this a little bit easier, though? Spawning drones. Now, I don't think that helps us because, well, at least not at the moment. How's the stability? The stability is surprisingly high. Delicious, yes, delicious aliens. We're going to eat them. It's going to be delightful. Let's get another construction ship built. Oh goodness, that's not wonderful. You go over here to Chorus. We need to start expanding. Faster. Faster, faster, faster. Now, we are going to be playing today on... Let's lower this. We're going to be playing this on Ensign. For those who don't know the difficulties in Stellaris, Ensign makes it so that neither me nor the AI are going to have any distinct difficulties. You know, we don't get a bonus and they don't get a bonus. If we go to a higher difficulty, it just throws extra resources at them, which can be quite frustrating. Alright, sonified science. The ISS Ugasha crew has succeeded in isolating a signal embedded within the unusual pattern of interference in the Hitamar system. The signal is a song, a complex sonification of an advanced mathematical equation, to be precise, and one that Science Officer Baglosh cannot seem to get out of his head. Their head. Right, of course we don't have genders, because we're all squids. Who or what may have composed this song remains unknown, though its complexity infers an incredible level of technological sophistication regarding subspace harmonics. The signal's geodesics? I have no idea what that word is. Suggest a point of origin from outside our galaxy. Now that gives us a chunk of resources, specifically society and physics research. Wonderful. Now you start working over there. We need to keep collecting resources. Always collecting more resources. We must grow. We must consume. How are things here at Starroot? This commander gets an upgrade. What do you need now? Daily hull regen. That's okay. He's a transporter, actually, so... Yes, let's go with Destroyer. That's perfect. Vishko the Destroyer. Now, over here, on this planet, I think we're going to want to set up a generator district. We'll get there eventually. We don't have anything really set in stone now, but we need to start making more money. We're operating, you know, at a small deficit. It's manageable, but any deficit is best avoided, if we can. The ISS Jakush has discovered a previously unknown strategic resource, on Ona 55987, dubbed volatile modes. These preternatural particles contain a tremendous amount of energy, which could be exploited in energy production, as fuel, or even as explosives. Whilst we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Wonderful. That looks grand. We'll keep that in mind. Oh, dear. Armed vessel. Preliminary Preliminary scans of SSD-66 indicate that I can barely speak today, this is probably not the game to be playing, that a heavily armed vessel is in orbit of the asteroid. It would be wise to proceed with caution. Well, we'll leave that for now. You did wonder how long my words would last, before I started getting tongue-tied. Unfortunately, wasn't long. My tongue has been tied. Okay, we probably need to get a few more corvettes. We want to make sure we have an army for when we first run into someone, so we can immediately kill them. It's very important to be able to kill them immediately. How are things going here? Steel cryptiliums. Interesting. Have they just been incorporated? Just straight up incorporated? I don't think they've been...
Construction venture completed.
Intriguingly, I don't believe that the Queptiliums are being genocided, which is intriguing. Surely they should be. Let's have a look at the genocide manager. Is that contacts? No. Society management? No, species. Here we go. Queptilium. Yes, they've just been integrated right into our hive, which, I mean, can we just make them undesirables and purge them? Or do we keep them as slaves? You know what? Okay, no, okay, we're just going to eat them. That's how it should be. We're going to... Yes, the genocide manager. That's what we're calling it today. Because that's what we're going to be doing. Lots and lots of genocide. Again, as I've said before...
A study has been completed.
Is it really genocide if you're killing everything? I don't think so. Fusion reactor, we're going to want that. ASAP. That's good that we've got so many moats, because we're going to need all those moats later on. We won't be able to harvest them for a while still, but once we can, it'll be very useful.
Construction venture completed.
Right, you go start building the starbase there, and you go explore that system. There we go, yes. Kill them, just kill them all. Probably should have kept them, actually, now that I think about it. Oh well. We could have actually, they would have been growing their population, which we can't do as necrophages, but their hive has become integrated into ours. Oh well, as I say. It's alright, it's just a bunch of dead aliens. Our naval capacity, we're nowhere near it at the moment. Death, 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 evil, evil, evil. That's what we do. That's what we're all about. Death and evil and death. And, we can start conquering Marriott here.
A system survey has concluded.
Wonderful. Oh, they have drones too, so we'll just leave their drones alive here, I think.
A worldly invasion has begun.
Yes, so these drones we're not going to execute. We're going to keep these ones alive. I have decided. Upkeep from jobs.
An enemy planet has been secured.
Sure, let's take that. There we go. Another planet for us. Wonderful. We've done it. Aren't we great? So now we have 3 planets. We can actually start working on our 4th here. Now, we're going to let the Thymoids live, I think, because this way... let's go to the species tab. The Thymoids. They're arthropods. They are fleeting, and they're non-adaptive, but that's fine. They will be very useful slaves for us. We'll allow them to colonize. We will allow them... You know what? We won't let them free migration, but we're actually going to let them grow, because they are going to grow so much faster over here than we could ever hope for our own species to grow. So let's build a spawning pool here, and then we can just kind of pick at them over time. Alright, Schlurmer here is our official living on Toril. So what are we going to give them? We're going to give them, we don't care about resilience, I think non-corruptible, so that we can keep the deviancy down. Now, Pollen Cloud. Let's have a look at Pollen Cloud here. They're drones as well. Honestly, this is ideal. We're going to get a whole bunch of little drones that we can keep in our empire. So normally, when you're playing as a devouring swarm, as we are today, you just have to kill everything you come across. Everything is food.
A worldly invasion has begun.
But in this case, we don't have to do that. Because these are considered hive minds, so we're just integrating them into our hive. And that is going to be very, very useful.
An enemy planet.
Wonderful. We've subjugated more savages. Now, savages. What a cruel thing to call them. Okay, so the Mandasurans, I want to make sure that these are able... They don't have any population controls. We want them to be able to breed, and we'll let them colonize. Wonderful. So now we can actually use them to colonize some islands, some of these planets, if we can get them to be comfortable on those planets. More power, absolutely. Unlimited power. On solar sails, we have found the wreckage of an old, archaic spaceship of unusual design. Instead of using propulsion similar to that of modern ships, the craft relied on large sails unfurled in the vacuum of space. Presumably, the ship harvested solar energy and drifted on the solar winds created by starlight. Doesn't that sound romantic? I could play a much harder game of this, but I just feel like what we really want is sort of a narrative adventure, don't we? Although, yeah, again, things could get very hard once we run into the right enemies. Oh, another society! How marvellous. Savage Aliens Society, and Tibby 1. They have entered the early steam age, and there is clear evidence that they are beginning to make use of both vehicles and early factories powered by steam engines. Wonderful, so we'll just go out there. How many of them are living here? 16 pops. Now these are not a hive mind. So we can just integrate them. We can eat them. It's going to be wonderful. Raglar here has upgraded. I want you to discover more anomalies. Very useful. Afterburners. Okay, let's get some... I don't really care that much about that. Let's get Ceramo Metal Armor. No, actually, let's lower the speed to build corvettes. Speed and time. Because we want to be able to create as many as possible. The speed, not speed, the price, rather. How long until 2 months until we get to get another upgrade here for prosperity? What was I doing? I already forgot.
A system survey has concluded.
Oh, I think we were going to kill you guys. That's probably what we were doing. Okay.
Construction.
How are things down here in Seoul? I think let's build another one of those. In fact, we're going to need 2 of those, aren't we? We don't have enough housing. And upkeep versus... No, we'll get the upkeep. Lower the upkeep of everything. Pop growth speed, minus 10%, or plus 10%. Although we don't have pop growth in the first place, that is quite useful.
An unusual phenomenon.
The Legion node, Warmind 2, I think probably... No, let's go for Fleet Organizer. Let's keep increasing our naval capacity. Monolith, sure. Research that. You're going to go get some food, as you should, Luva, and as she says, everyone else, get some food, drink some water, take your meds, and do your laundry. Excuse me. Or, if you fail, you'll be next on my list. And you don't want to be on that list.
Construction venture completed.
Oh no. That's not... Oh, okay, they're over here. Thank goodness. So we have reached a stagnant ascendancy. We have found one. They are over here, thankfully. We have a little bit of a buffer zone from them. Pitiful creatures, know that we roamed the stars for eons before your hapless species mastered spaceflight. If any of your wretched little ships cross into our space, do not expect them to return. So, there's a stagnant military ascendancy sitting over here. Thankfully, it is a little distance from us. But that is going to be a problem, eventually. They will eventually rise up, awaken, and start killing things. So we have to make sure that we're prepared to kill them back. That's going to be very hard. But thankfully they're not right on our borders. We do have a little bit of space. Okay. Gwen Stefani is uninhibited and indeed uninhabitable, but not unvisited. Its surface is littered with tall cenotaphs, carved from some mineral not native to the planet, evidently placed here by some artistically inclined spacefaring race. The monolith's flowing lines, deftly chart a history so fantastical, it must surely be fictional. Surely. Fear the list, but not as much as we fear these bastards living over here in Alderaan. So we can't see much about them, but they will kill us very quickly.
Construction venture completed.
Now over here we're going to need a spawning pool again. It's a rather large planet. And I think, yes, we'll get a spawning pool over here too. Also, Chaos Them says, also your character's lore, my character's lore, last night was them making werewolves extinct while in space. Had almost died and nearly killed the last of their vampire species, so that seems fitting. Of course, yes, space genocide, very fitting. I was able to catch only a few moments of it. It was a very busy day for us yesterday. The sensor profile of a mid-sized vessel was briefly detected inside the upper atmosphere of this gas giant. We'll leave it for now. Now, we should be able to actually remove that. That would be good. And that will give us an extra population here. And then, I want us to get another... Where is it? Oh no, I can't build another one of those. I have to build that. Perfect. Another system survey complete. So, hurry over here. Now, what we're really hoping to find at some point here is some space fauna. Because, much like in Baldur's Gate, we can put those worms in anything. Conquer almost anything. So if we can find ourselves some, space cows.
Construction venture completed.
Or, something a little bit more hostile. We will have
Construction venture completed.
something far better than regular spaceships to fight with. Alright. Start landing these... Wait, actually, let's check. Oh, they're doomed. They're bloody doomed. Alright, let's do it. Let's kill them. But first, let's extend our hives, and this...
A worldly invasion has begun.
Oh yes, you are one, we are many. We're invading them. But first, let's take a moment and celebrate the fact that we have completed the prosperity tree. That grants us plus 5% resources from all jobs. Now that's quite significant. But even more so, we have unlocked an ascension perk. Which there's lots of different things we can take, at least to start. So, what shall we take? Technological ascendancy is quite useful. As is one vision if we want to, max out how quickly we get all of this. I don't think empire size is really going to be an issue for us for a while. So I'm thinking we'll go with technological ascendancy. That 10% research buff is good, but also the 1.5% increase in, what's the word? Rare technology is even more useful. Quirk was that they hate wearing shirts and one of their moves was erect. That's my favourite move. Okay, so Tibby here, we actually have some stability issues because unlike with the other hive minds, we can't just latch in there and conquer them. No, here the people are going to fight back, so we might need to put a sentinel post up here to try to make sure that this place stays a little bit more stable while we are slaughtering its citizens. In fact, since we don't have any other planets to conquer right now, let's take this army, and we're going to have it just sit here on Tibby 1. We're going to occupy them. It's going to make it harder for them to fight back against us. Oh, we have discovered a new archaeological site. Where's this? Over here in Gwen Stefani. Crashed starship. A small canyon of sorts has been carved into the surface of this planet by the violent impact of a starship. What remains of the vessel can still be found on the canyon floor, although the crash must have occurred aeons ago. The wreckage appears to be reasonably intact. An archaeological expedition would be able to learn more. As well, a toxic terraforming candidate discovered. We don't care. Not at all. We're not going to be doing any terraforming in this game, most likely. Terraforming works very well when you are incorporating it with proper colonization and pop growth, which we won't be doing. The measured surface temperature of Beta Stephanie, it's supposed to be 5A, but sure, is in the hundreds of degrees despite its frozen surface. What could be causing these discrepancies? Sure, do a little research, why not? Will be easy. Now you, darling, I want you to build some more mining stations over here.
An anomaly has been discovered.
Atmospheric anomaly. Atmospheric readings from Hiram 2A do not match simulated projections. That's going to take a little while, but we can do that. Reverend is a gem, aren't they? They were a space cowboy with a nice beard. I mean, the beard is natural. I'm sure they're a space cowboy in real life as well. White hell. The jokes are too easy to make, so I'm not even going to do them. Despite the seemingly frozen surface of Beta Stephanie 5A, the planet's orbital path around Beta Stephanie leaves it blistering at several hundred degrees. Under normal circumstances, this would sublimate the ice, but extreme gravitational pressure exerted by the planet's ultra-dense core keeps the water in a solid state, resulting in a planet of fiery hot ice. Alright, well that's actually not that exciting, but sure. Let's continue off. We have more to discover. Oh, an encounter. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Beta Stephanie system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable nutrition for our drones. For now, they have been giving the designation Teth Aliens. Interesting. Alright, let's pause for a second. We'll put Abaglaw here, figuring out more about them, and let's zoom in and see if we can see them. What do they look like? They look like dinner. Okay, so let's get over here.
A planetary impediment has been dealt with.
And we will start building more corvettes.
Construction venture completed.
Because we need more corvettes. No. Okay. Actually, don't favor any of those, but we very clearly do not need this many menial drones right now, so...
A system survey has concluded.
So instead, you lot... Okay, well, for now you can be menial drones. Swirling shadows. Immense, ragged planes of shadow drift across Hiram II's surface. They are cast not by clouds, but by sheets of organic material drifting through the upper layers of the atmosphere, hinged, or rather jointed, to allow for a small degree of articulation. Science Officer Baglosh is, as yet, unwilling to say whether these things are flora or fauna, or what possible purpose, if any, their elaborate shadow casting might serve. Casting today? Okay,
A
so
study has been completed.
yes, let's just get more corvettes ready to kill. Unity? Sure. And we do need more money, so let's do that. A towed asteroid. For some reason, someone has towed an asteroid into a stable orbit around Stellaris 6. The massive engine sections and braking thrusters can still be found on the surface, although they have long since been rendered inoperable. Whoever did this also mined the asteroid for minerals, but these operations were seemingly abandoned shortly after they began. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, what's happening over here? Medea 2? It's a tundra world. How are things here in Tibby? The undesirables are slowly being purged. That's good. Okay. Now, you go over here. And you go over here. Just keep expanding, darlings. We need to find out more about these bastards. I want to know if we can eat them. Are there any useful edicts that we can enact? Not really. Okay. Fair enough. Let's get ourselves... Oh, here we go. Although we have been unable to discover much about the mysterious vessel in the Beta Stephanie system, the most convincing current hypothesis, based upon the behavior and patterns of the still undecipherable signals we have intercepted from it, is that it belongs to a previously unknown spacefaring civilization. We are redoubling our efforts to translate their language so that communications can be established. Sure. Let's just try to kidnap some. That sounds like fun. And let's just make sure we have more ships, so that we can, you know, immediately try to kill them.
Council agenda ready.
Oh, good. So that is going to give us a big boost to our Unity production. Wonderful. Which that makes me wonder. 9 months. Oh, I'll wait. Okay, now we can start. Correctional bisection or favored society. Sure, we'll do favored society. We are also going to have to come in here and get ourselves a new leader. Ship fire rate. Absolutely. Pagro. Wonderful. You've been enlisted, Pagro. Right, start going further this way. Okay, now we need to increase the amount of maintenance drones. We are losing a little bit of money still. That's fine. It's to be expected, honestly. Especially as we continue to expand out our military here. Once we've killed enough of these bastards, and, you know, gotten these a little bit more stable. How are things in Star Route? Population here is rubbish. Very, very bad. Perhaps in time it will increase. Over here, however, I think we could probably get ourselves another generator district there. Over here as well, we could definitely get ourselves another generator district. Now, it isn't necessarily wise to spread out one's production, but at this point in the game, we don't have much option. Okay, the game is paused. Let's unpause it. After 3 more corvettes have been made. Oh, what's down this way? We have made first contact with another mysterious alien in the Brigatha system. Is there any sign of them? Don't see them.
An unusual phenomenon has cropped up.
Oh my god, everything's happening at once. An ancient orbital shipyard drifts in silence above this world. It has suffered significant battle damage, and entire sections of the facility are missing. Well, that's a little bit challenging, so let's leave that for now. It's not pressing. Oh goodness, my neck is so stiff today. Oh well. Can we go slower? We can go slower. We don't need to right now, but later on in the game we'll probably need to go slower. Tibby here. Oh, no, there's still not much we can do here in Tibby. Okay, our finances have improved slightly. I'm not certain how, but we'll just let it happen.
A study has been completed.
Study has... Oh, you know what? It might be that. Oh no, that's just the build speed and cost change. Now we're going to want this. This is going to give us a little bit more output from our mining facilities, which we have quite a few of. If we get our mining facilities to, you know, produce more money... Okay, let's take supremacy.
Council agenda available.
We're absolutely going to want that. Because supremacy is going to give us a much more formidable army. Now, what do we have over here? Again, it's another spacefaring civilization. Could be useful to us in time. Now, our Ballspawn Dirge. Our Dirge has leveled up. We can, as the leader... That increases army damage. This increases sublight speed. Now, we don't get quite as much ship weapons damage, but the sublight speed is much more useful, in my opinion. Hum of stability, ship build speed. Absolutely, we'll go for that. Spark of genius, yes. And hum of stability, sure. I'm actually going to cancel both of those now and rebuild them, because they'll be cheaper and faster. Now, let's start moving this way. Preparing for our first skirmish. Because we will have one, and soon. Oh, and we can put our other envoy over here, can't we? Gashkush. Scientist is upgraded. Sure, efficiency. Wonderful. And another scientist upgraded. Anomaly discovery chance, very useful.
Construction venture completed.
Just got to keep building as many ships as we can. Quantity over quality for now.
A system service.
Frankly, quality at this point in the game is just impossible. The ships are not good. But if we have more ships than the enemy, they're going to have a hard time defeating us. Oh, what's this? Franfred. Oh yes, there's definitely people living here. Well, there are for now. Let's change that.
A study has been completed.
Our efforts to capture the exploratory vessel of the Tep aliens have ended in failure. Unfortunately, they managed to elude our capture attempt and escape the system before we could disable their ship. This bodes ill for the future. Not only do we face an uphill struggle to find out more about them, but they will surely consider this a hostile act on their part. That's fine. They will die soon. Very soon. Ship build speed, or ship upkeep. Which one's going to be more useful? You know what? Overwhelming force is absolutely going to be more useful right now. Okay, what do we get next? We don't care much for hydroponics farms, but they are quite useful to get all of the food production off-planet. Frankly, if we could do something without actually using population to do it, that is almost always the best option.
Construction venture completed.
Okay, I'm getting anxious because our first fight is coming. And soon. How's the population here in Tibby? Things have stabilized quite a bit. Pollen cloud? Alright, things are going over alright overall.
A system survey has concluded.
Sure, go survey around there, darling. Now, I want you to pull back here. We have more work to do in this area. We can search out this way later. Oh, here we go. More enemies here. But they haven't colonized this area yet. Okay, the difficulty here is now very hard because we tried to kill them. They're not happy about that. Go figure. Just because we were going to rip them open and see what made them tick doesn't make us the bad guy.
A system survey has concluded.
Haters, exactly, fairy bites. They're haters. They hate to see a ball boss winning. Okay. Strange readings. This planet. I've got my big jug of water here. It's not the most elegant thing, but it does keep me topped up. It's very important to stay hydrated. This planet emits strange magnetic waves, quite unlike anything we have seen thus far. Almost as if it is trying to communicate with us. It is only logical to investigate this unusual phenomenon. We may just have encountered an extraordinary example of life on a planetary scale. We're going to have to leave it be for now, though. We don't have the skill for that. Wonderful. Okay. Sure, more corvettes. Just keep pumping out the corvettes. We need as many ships as possible. This is our purpose. Isn't it fabulous, Chaos Therm? We should probably consider getting a star base over here, if we're going to start a fight.
A
Potentially.
study has been completed.
Although I'm not really too worried. Okay, research station output or capacity subsidies. We'll go for the research station output. We are losing a bit of food, but we have a lot of food there. Do I find that water from the chalice tastes a little metallic? Or do I just have a especially old one that shouldn't be drank? I mean, it does taste slightly metallic. I don't really care too much. So does blood, and I enjoy that, so... I'm sure it's fine. There we go. Look at that. Money's coming in. The food slightly falling behind. Okay, well, let's just go in here and have some fun killing things. I think that's what we should do. Let's show them who's boss. Mysterious ruins? Gietle 3 contains the remains of an ancient, abandoned colony. From orbit, there are no obvious signs of disaster, which would have killed the inhabitants and compelled them to flee. If we wanted answers, an expedition to the surface will be required. Well, that's marvellous. That means we have gotten the precursor that I wanted, which is absolutely so suitable for the gameplay we're going to be doing. Alright, here I go killing again.
A hostile station has been engaged.
There's our first fight of the game.
An unusual phenomenon has popped
We are picking up life signs from somewhere within the interior of this asteroid, sure. Have a look-see. There we go. Bugger off.
A hostile station has been engaged.
Going to kill them all.
Construction venture completed.
Teth aliens. Our efforts to decipher the signals picked up from the Teth aliens have paid off, and we have finally made a breakthrough. While our mastery of their language may not be complete, we have managed to identify them as the hegemony of Stormwall, and are now able to communicate with them should we ever feel the need.
Alien society wishes to contact.
We are absolutely going to attack them. Right away. Like, immediately. We need to get back into our own borders, though.
Construction venture completed.
Sublight exploration probes. We're not going to do this for a while, but before we developed faster than light travel, several sublight exploration probes were dispatched from Toriel at near relativistic speeds towards nearby systems. The scientists who developed the probes naively included sensitive information about our culture in their memory cores. As a form of greeting to alien civilizations, it has been realized now that this data could potentially be used against us, so we need to track them down before they are found by someone or something unsympathetic to our species. Hello, Dat Boy!
System survey has concluded.
Okay, now that's bad. They forced us to return, which means we're going to be lost for like a year. Sure. That's very bad, but okay. I want to take this planet here, absolutely. We need that, because it's very important that we get that archaeological dig done. Damage versus star bases, absolutely take that. We want to have our ships be ready to fight. Now, Tempestia, what do we have here? We know very little about them. That's about it. We know that we know nothing. Let's keep making more corvettes. Can't have too many ships. Well, you can, but not in this instance. We are going to not start a fight with this lot, just because we are definitely going to be starting a fight with the other lot. Hydroponics bay is ready. We'll get the food from the agri-drones. And we're going to need another one of these ships. Ship weapons range. That is huge. How long is this going to be on to? it's going to be basically a year before we actually get our ships back, which is very frustrating. I do despise it when the game is just like, oh, you finally found them, and now they kick you out immediately. Which, rationally, they would do. I understand it. But the fact that then I have to wait a year for my ships to come back here so that I can send them back over there is frustrating. Okay, do we want that? No, let's go with more military upgrades. Fusion missiles. We need to prepare for our slaughter of Tempestia. 7 months. 7 months, and then we'll get the ship back here. Then we'll move it over to Medea. I would like to put over here as well a starport. That's going to, if they start coming in here while I'm up here attacking them, give them some pause. Okay, so these aliens down south. While we have made steady progress on gathering together a large collection of signals from the Omega aliens, our progress on coming to actually understand these signals has been underwhelming. Already, our language drones have been forced to reassess their previous working translations several times after finding that the meanings that they had ascribed to the words were, in fact, extremely inaccurate. It seems that the thought patterns of the Omega aliens are very different from our own, far more than we had considered possible, even among aliens. Okay, so they're hostile. So it's a good thing that we're just going to leave them be for the moment. And it's probably for the best that we're giving these people some time before we slaughter them. The more time they have, the higher their population grows. The higher their population grows, the more of them there are for us to, you know, infect. Make into geek. That's what we're all about, making the cake. Okay, how are things here? Not quite good enough. Tech drone, aggregate drones. I think here is going to be our major agricultural center. So let's get another farm set up there. Start farming some aliens.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. Build us a research station there, darling. If you'd be so kind. Now, we're also probably going to need some more armies, so let's get some more absolutist armies going too. Oh, they've made us their rival. How cute. Sure. Oh no, we can't rival them back because we're actually hostile aliens. Okay, a colossal impact crater hits that something big. Big cake do crime, exactly. Something big collided with the surface of this moon once. Sure, have a little look-see at that, darling. Now, there we are. Our ships have returned. Now let's begin the process of moving them over here. Actually, oh, well, that's not very helpful. Okay, we'll just build another absolutist ship over here, I guess. Sure. Oh, what's this? I see. A large mineral-rich asteroid collided with Tramboden 6A at some point during the previous 1,000 years. What must have been a major impact event. The abundance of minerals can now be found on the moon in the vicinity of the impact crater. Marvelous. But even more marvelous here, an archaeological event is pending in this abandoned colony over here. The strange ruins show no sign of damage beyond neglect. Homes, factories, buildings of unknown use, they all stand empty and abandoned. Where did everyone go? It seems likely that a large building in the centre of the colony may hold the answers. So we got a few little artifacts from that, but more importantly, they're going to keep looking at things, see what they can find. And in the meanwhile, actually I want you to come over here, so that we can see when the ships are coming. Now, who is this?
Of your time?
An unusual phenomenon.
I don't want your time. Cooper 4. We briefly detected some unusual energy readings emanating from this moon. It might have been a glitch in our systems, or it could be a sign of something more. Have a little look, see, darling. Now, this scientist has upgraded. He is an archaeologist, so let's really lean him into that. Sure. Now, Tibby here, we can embark these armies. We don't need them over here. And we'll move all this over to Medea as well.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. We now have a starbase here. I want to put just 2 guns. Make sure that anyone comes by. And a hydroponics bay. Let's go for that as well. Oh, sorry, not we. While approaching Cooper 4, the ISS Ugasha suddenly received a glancing hit by several passing mass driver rounds. The projectiles were billions of years old, and based on their trajectory, they appear to be stray rounds fired from a neighboring galaxy. After missing their intended target, they continued on their journey for untold millennia, until today. The rounds we have recovered are of an advanced design, despite their incredible age. Marvelous, 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 marvelous. Okay, let's get over here, and then declare war. Everyone head to Medea. Actually, everyone head to Better Stephanie. It's far better. That way you can sort of regroup there. Imagine not using the technocrat advisor. Well, in this instance, I'm dead. We're playing as necrophages. Specifically, we are playing as the Absolute
Construction venture completed.
from Baldur's Gate 3. So we're going with the necrophage one because it makes the most sense.
Has concluded.
Right, you just keep going this way, darling. And you come down here. Now, war in Stellaris can be a little on the complex side. However, in this instance, it's not going to be too complex because, well, frankly, as a genocidal race, we have a special type of casus belli. First, let's have a look at the archaeological findings. A large crystal has been found inside what we now know to have been the colony's central administrative center. In some way we cannot fully describe, the crystal seems to have wanted to be found and is trying to communicate with us. Perhaps with further study, communication will be possible. So we get a little bit of physics research. Wonderful. These games seem too complex with all the resource management. This one is quite complex, or it can be. I am, as I've said, playing a genocidal race, which they can be a little bit less complicated in many ways. Ship build speed and ship build cost. Sure, let's up that. Alright, now fingers crossed, my dears, because this is the point of no return. I am about to declare a war. Although, actually, I want to make sure that all of this is... all of these transport fleets are ready. Oh, it doesn't matter. You know what? We won't be able to actually use those for a while. Okay, let's absorb them into our empire. It's going to be messy. They're going to fight back. They're going to lose. Or we're going to lose, and then it's going to be game over. The thing about, you get the ability to declare total war when you are playing a genocidal race. In total war, basically, they are going to win, or we are going to win, but somebody's going to be gone in the end. No backward glances, exactly. Past The point of no return. They're really fucked now. Look at that. We're just eating right into them. Oh look, a pre-sapient species. The continent-wide mountain ranges of Alzea have proven a fertile environment for the planet's unique forms of life. One mammalian species, in particular, has adapted to the extreme altitude, and has even demonstrated a basic, if guttural, form of verbal communication. With the right stimuli, these creatures may prove capable of full sapience, and then we can stick our little worms in them. Wonderful. What could be better than that? I love sticking my little worms in things.
A science vessel is under attack.
Oh no! Okay, what do they have here? There we go, there's a fleet. So let's go charge in and take out their fleet. Immediately. One of our fleets has gone missing. Oh, that's fine, that's the science vessel. Alright, Pagro here has got a little upgrade. What can we get to for Pagro? We can make ship fire rate plus 5% and ship weapons damage plus 5%. I think that's definitely the call here. We're going for ultimate aggression.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Oh, lovely. Okay, where's our second fleet? Come on in. Oh, there we go. Oh, wonderful. Well, we gave them the old one too. Classic heave-ho. Alright, now while we're here, let's have a look-see at what kind of armies. They have no armies here. Okay, that's fine. Now, this here's their capital. If we can debilitate their capital, we can take it. Have I ever played Ascendancy on MS-DOS? I've not played this game, but it gives you Hiller Ascendancy vibes. I've never played it. No, I've not even heard of it, actually. Welcome, by the by, Professor Plum. Okay, now I want to see how big... I think we can take them. And I think if we can take them here, they're done. They're just dead. Completely. So, we're going to do that. That's our goal.
Construction venture completed.
Yes, we could definitely take them.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Oh, they're dead. They are so dead.
A study.
Let's slow things down a little bit and enjoy the oh, they've jumped. That's fine. They've left their capital completely unprotected, aside from this starport, which isn't going to hold for long against the overwhelming force we are bringing to bear. What else can we do here? Let's increase our research. Research is good. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. So their shields are down, as is their armor. Now all they have is hull. And we're going to just take that all out. We still have shields, we still have armor. We're good. A few of our weapons have become disabled. You can see as our fleet power has decreased, but not enough to make an actual impact. Now the question here becomes, how many fleets do I need? Oh, I'm good. We are absolutely going to claim Stormwall. It's ours. I'm not going to worry about over here. Zimpak here, I think, is probably our next. Tianqi Port. Interesting name. Very interesting. Okay, I want you, darling. No, go over this way. You're going to go to Franfrid first. And here is my ship that ran away earlier. You, darling, I want you to go over to here and start searching through the debris. Now, the debris will grant us the opportunity to perhaps pick up a little bit of their research. Went too slow there. I don't want to go that slow. There's slow and then there's sluggish. We don't want to be sluggish. I think this is probably going to be the furthest reach of our empire, unless there's something incredibly valuable over here. We're going to keep researching, but we'd want to make sure that we have a choke point with the fallen empire, because they will destroy us. Fallen empires are even hard to defeat at the end of the game. Oh, there we go. The archaeological site has been fully explored. Let's have a little look, see what we got. After a great deal of trial and error, a breakthrough has been made. The crystal is some kind of psionic archive, but its records are fragmented. What we know is that this was a colony of the Zronai, a psionically gifted race who discovered a dimension which came to be known as the Shroud, or the Weave. Once the Zronai population reached critical mass, it seemed that their collective unconscious minds began to make contact with the proto-shroud in dreams, leading to mass lucid dreaming. The phenomenon was studied, and the Zronai discovered how to psionically project themselves into the shroud, at which point they also found that they could manipulate the very fabric of reality using their psionic powers. It wasn't long before the Zronai discovered that they could physically enter the shroud and live like gods, transforming the dimension to suit their whims. The archive's records end there, with no information on what happened to the inhabitants of Giede 3. But whilst there are no answers here, we have learned of another Zronai colony, which may contain a more complete archive. Not if I don't piss them off. Well, the thing is, eventually they're just going to get pissed off anyhow. Okay, go to Stormwall and land the armies. You two have healed up a little bit, so I want you to go up here. Quickly now. Get those plundering scoundrels.
Construction venture completed.
You build those mining stations. We are doing quite well for resources, all things considered.
Construction venture completed. A system survey has concluded.
Now, where actually it said there was... No, it's the crashed starship. So, it did say that we have discovered a new archaeological site. Can we focus on this? Ah, well, it's right next to home. Okay, perfect. Well, you go down here. Start studying. Very important. Always study. Knowledge is power.
Invasion has begun.
Okay, now let's take a look-see at our invasion of Stormwall. They are not at all prepared for this. For the absolute. For Ball.
An enemy planet has been secured.
Wonderful. And just like that, this is now part of our empire. Now let's start conquering. Now actually, we need to make sure that we have some armies here, so that the people here, because there's 31 undesirables here, that's going to really, really screw up our population if we don't deal with it quickly. So I'm going to split this into half, and half of them are going to stay here on Stormwall. You please just land the armies, and you lot are going to go over to Moonlit Mooring. And there we go. We can begin the process of trying to subdue the locals.
A hostile station has been engaged.
Okay, where's my second fleet? Please hurry up, darlings. Oh no, these guys are getting rinsed anyhow. I thought we might need both fleets. It's good to have the overwhelming power, but their shields and armor are already so low that they're just getting picked apart. Also, why do you have two planets named Moonlight Mooring? Silly. Alright, well, they've been exterminated.
A worldly invasion has begun.
Marvellous, look at that. Now let's have a look at this planet. Only 4 undesirables here. Probably not worth leaving any troops to watch over them. Instead, well, let's build ourselves... Actually, this entire planet's rubbish, so I'm not going to worry too much about it at all. We'll see how things go. For now, up here, go to Zimprok. We need to destroy their armies before their armies try to destroy us. Now, this planet here, how are the armies here? There's no armies here. My god. We crushed them before they had any chance. Thank you for the reminder, my dear Seafoam. We absolutely crushed the enemy before they could put together any resistance.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Which is my favourite way to fight. Scum and villainy on Stormwall. No surprise there. Deviant activity continues to grow on Stormwall in open defiance of the will of the Hive. You must bow to the will of the Absolute. Entire communities of deviants are believed to exist on the moon now, stealing resources from the rest of the Hive to support their nefarious activities. Well, it's not really much of a surprise. I mean, we did just conquer it. Now, there's 2 planets here.
Debris has been analyzed.
Okay. Now, you go research that debris as well. The Legion node. There we go. Minus 5% ship upkeep. That's absolutely useful. I just realized how many resources we have, and we haven't been using them at all. Partly because there's not really any need. We're doing very well. I think what we could prioritize now. We're going to get one of those energy grids set up. But I think we should probably prioritize increasing our research and our alloy production. We're going to do that on Toril.
A worldly invasion has begun.
That was a quick invasion. Didn't really put up much of a fight, did they? Our fleets are just getting increasingly powerful. Now, this planet has 7 people on it. They're not too happy to be genocided. Shocker. Truly. First contact event pending. Our attempts to decode the language used in the signals from the Omega aliens have hit a setback. It seems that a key assumption of our language drones had been relying on in their translations has been conclusively disproven. While this means much of our progress will have to be revised, at least our future efforts will hopefully be built on a more reliable basis. We are having the worst luck trying to contact these people, but that's fine. We're busy up here. We're busy doing a little bit of light genocide. Okay, you come over here. We need you to start landing on these planets. Which, they don't have any armies, do they? No. They're primed and ready to be devoured. How's the population here? Still getting eaten very slowly. It's fine. Can we do anything to help with this? Not much. But we could replace... We could build actually a sentinel post. I think that would be useful. We're just that powerful, it's true. We're just so good. How's the population here? Entirely absolutist. Web work. Glowing webs of an unknown origin periodically illuminate the surface of a Zax B the second. Sure. Okay, we have 6 maintenance drones here. That seems a bit excessive. But you know what? Everything's going so smoothly, so I think we're just going to let it be for the moment.
A study has been completed.
Also, we want to get rid of those. We have the money for it now. What other features can we remove? Nothing over here. Are any of these planets useful yet? This one's almost, good. Almost. Alright, engineering tech. What can we do here? Maybe we should just increase the rate at which we receive engineering technology. I think that's the most useful thing. Where are all of my ships? Okay. Right there. Imagine being only almost useful. We have to... I mean, the problem is there's just not enough people on these planets. This one has enough people. But we also... I don't want to mess with it too much. It's a good mining world. Maybe we build another... Low stability on Zimpok 2. Oh, goodness, I wonder why. Could it be the fact that they've just been invaded? Potentially. Maybe. Just maybe. Oh, one of our fleets is in combat. I don't know why. Oh, everything seems fine over there. Okay, you're going to go... You're going to split up again. We don't need that many. And then you're going to go land on here. And you, my dear, are going to go land over here. Imagine being only almost useful in your entire planet. It happens to the worst of us. Not the best of us, certainly not. Life Electric. Science Officer Baglosh reports that Azax B II is covered from pole to pole in a web-like network of electrical filaments. These networks respond to external stimuli. The ISS Ugasha experimented with sending a low-voltage pulse to the surface, which resulted in a wave of illumination that rippled through the network like a circuit board. Even more remarkably, the webs rearranged themselves. A second low-voltage pulse revealed that the filaments had been organized into a new pattern, centered around where the previous pulse had connected with the surface. Baglosh concludes that this discovery confirms her long-held theory that life can exist as almost purely electrical impulses, independent of cellular or viral structure. Wonderful. She gets a level up. We get to... Oh, she's veteran now. So here's all the wonderful things we can do with her. She can be a proper scholar or an explorer. I'm going to go with scholar. Sure, she's a scholar. Thank you for your service, Baglosh. Alright, let's resume.
A worldly invasion has begun.
Perfect. Now you just land the armies there for a little bit. It's fine.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Oh, lovely. We're just going to shoot down all these... Well, they're not civilians, but they can't fight back. They're a military fleet that doesn't have guns. They're just transporters. People are not happy. No one is happy. She is an educated squid. How are things here? We are going to need a sentinel port, I think. Actually, you know what? We'll just make sure that the first drone that gets transformed There we go. The engagement in Rasselgethi's system has given rise to unique gene expressions and Taglero. He has tenacity now. Goodness, look at that. 15% extra hull points. That's marvelous. Oh, no, wait a moment. So, we're hunting these pre-sapients. I want to see, can we make pre-sapients... Oh no, they're hunted, okay. I'd rather eat them, but sure. Well, we will be eating them, but I'd rather, you know, keep them as sort of livestock. You can keep things as livestock, but as we are playing as fanatical purifiers, it's not an option. Now, here in Tempestia, things are a little bit rough. I want to make sure we have as many drones as possible, sort of, as the hunter-seekers. They're going to keep things relatively peaceful. Now, this army here, I'm going to... Can I not? Okay. We'll embark them all. Sure. And then we will take them over to Rasselgethi and land the armies here. Now, the moment we land this army, all of this, they're just going to disappear. Transported right into my waiting arms. Exactly. Wasn't the best moved on their side. What's this? The commander has increased... Okay, so we know for a fact that he has tenacity already. I think those ship weapons range is just so powerful. If you have high ship weapons range, you can destroy the enemy before they even get close to you. Oh, what's this? What's this? What's this? Somebody over here has spawned. Isn't that funny? Come here, darling. They have embarked from their planet. They probably shouldn't have done that. Why did you think this was a good idea? I hadn't even left the system yet. Fools. The lot of them.
Construction venture completed.
Okay. Now, over here, actually not a very good little planet, but it is going to be a good little choke point. So let's do an upgrade. We're letting this lot expand so that we can, you know, take all of them later. What's this? Traditions available. We could get minus 10% ship upkeep and quite a little boost to our naval capacity. So yes, let's take that. Well, not a huge boost, I guess. 20%. It works. And hopefully we can start, you know, actually making some money soon so that we can start expanding our fleet. Our fleet might be more than big enough to deal with this lot, but the next army, or the next enemy, probably won't go down so easily. Are you lot still trying to... Oh my god. They keep sending out these tiny little transport fleets that just don't stand a chance in hell against me.
A study has been completed.
Xenobiology completed.
Invasion has begun.
There we go, the end of the hegemony of Stormwall. It's gone. I ate it. I ate the entire thing. There we go. We did it. Now, let's pause for a moment. I don't think this is super helpful for us right now, but this might be colonial centralization. So let's go for that. Now, how many citizens are here? Black Flag Harbor has 9 people. Oh, this will make a wonderful mining base. And there's subterranean wildlife here too that we can exterminate. A delicious treato. How lovely. Okay, let's put a spawning pool here. I want to put a spawning pool on basically all these planets. I know that I can't really use them that well. There's one person on this island. Maybe just
Construction venture complete.
go tutorial.
Some first contact missions will present options for help.
Okay, what's this? Elusive aliens. Our attempts to learn more about the Omega aliens have so far been in vain. Whilst we were easily able to ascertain that they were clearly part of a technologically advanced alien civilization, further facts have proven elusive, as they seem to be going to considerable effort to prevent us, and any other eavesdroppers, from intercepting any signals from them. We have, therefore, only managed to intercept small fragments of their language so far. However, from the glimpses we have gleaned, our language drones are confident that they will be able to decipher their communications, if we can just acquire a greater sample size. A proposal has been drawn up for somewhat more aggressive information gathering. Some may call it hacking. But they will surely not take kindly if they should detect it. I don't care. We're going to kill them next anyhow. Okay, everyone down here. To the next front. Also go up here. We want to claim that. Down to the next front. So how are things going? There's plenty of room everywhere. We need a spawning pool here. Spawning pool there. We'll also build a little bit of housing. Why not? Oh, and we've run out of minerals, but that's fine. We'll get more in due time. In the meanwhile, let's just build a bunch more corvettes. Apparently we are number 4 in the galaxy right now. It's good to see. We actually have 158 population. That's pretty high for this part of the game. Now, we did steal that population, but that doesn't matter. Glory to the absolute.
A system survey has concluded.
Alright, now, you, darling, are good at surveying, so I want you to go over here and start surveying out this direction. See what more there is to find. And we're going to need to increase our energy credit flow soon. The easiest way to do that, of course, is to... But the problem is we can't grow population. How long does it actually take us, for example, to grow a population? 32 months. Because of the necrophage is minus 75. Now, thankfully, we do have a little bit counteracting that, but overall, it's very hard for us to grow population. Very, very hard. Okay, we're going to actually get rid of these. They're an expense that we don't need. We have so many minerals coming in from our ships. In fact, over here, we're going to turn this over here into another generator world. And we're going to get rid of those. Now we're losing a bit of food. That's not too much an issue, especially as we're going to be consuming people.
Construction venture completed.
Alright, here we go. Now, we're going to put some guns here. And, as before, a hydroponics bay, because that helps us produce food. Now, over here, I'm actually going to swap these to solar panels. That will give us a little bit of gold, which we obviously need more of. But we have too many starships, so let's get rid of that. Or too many star bases, rather. That costs us a lot of money to have too many. Also, Wrestle Gethy. Don't need that. Tempestua as well. You... Actually, you can stay for now. Okay, the council agenda is ready. This is going to increase our complex drone output and going to give us a lot more resources on Toril. Wonderful. And we can prepare our next agenda, which I think... I mean, we don't need to build up our military right this second. But it's going to take us time to get that ready anyhow, so sure. Oh, here we go, an archaeological site. The Zronai Core World. Weirthorsk contains the ruins of another Zronai colony. The first step to solving this mystery is to find and make contact with this world's psionic archive. Let's go for it. Get started. That's a very easy one. It's going to take him a while still. Now over here, I think we should colonize this planet. Sure. They're only 60%, but they'll still grow faster. Overall. Escog. Sure, this can be Escog. Okay, we don't want to go on any of these planets though, they're rubbish. Let's reinforce those fleets. And in fact, before we actually start a war over here, I want to make sure that we have our fleets fully upgraded. That means we're going to give them some missiles. Let's have a little spin around. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, what's this? Ah, the reinforcements are in transit. Wonderful. Also, you two bind together as close as you can. There we go. So I just need one more fleet, one more ship, and that's going to be maxed out. I'm actually going to go back to base for a little bit. Docked ship upkeep. Unnecessary. Swap to a hydronics bay. Hydroponics are necessary. Absolutely. In fact, everywhere that we currently have a space station, I wanted to have a hydroponics bay. You're back from your food break, you've got distracted by YouTube videos. It happens. I should probably go on a food break soon too, but we're going to wait at least a little bit longer. I don't yet have the munchies after all. Now, I want to, assuming there's not just some horrible monstrosity right here that's going to try to kill us, I would like to get this, because that gives us a choke point. If there is...
The other party completely stole our thunder, establishing contact with us before we had managed to decipher their communications protocols.
Alright. We are receiving a transmission from the Shabtak League. They appear to have successfully translated our language. I don't know how we don't even have a language. Diplomatic channels are now open, and all hostilities between us have ceased for the moment. They represent the Shabtak League. Our elected leader, Commissary General Vari, hopes for peaceful relations with your people, but know that we are more than capable of defending our way of life. The Hive is watching you. I want to see how things are over here before we start attacking. Okay, let's start with some espionage. I am going to take Aberglaw here, and we're going to just try and see what we can find out about them. I want to make sure that they have, they don't have a distinct advantage on us before I start attacking them. It is not kitty aliens at all. They're like caterpillars. Weird caterpillar things. Oh my god, we're really losing a lot of food. It's alright. We'll figure it out.
Construction venture completed.
Research from brain drones. We're actually going to probably need to increase our mineral output. However, that's from mining drones. Most of our minerals come from stations, not jobs. Actually, none of them come from jobs. So let's focus on getting our corvettes upgraded. Caterpillar does have the word cat in it. You're not wrong, Fairy Bites. Okay, what's this? Node culling. Culling agendas allowed us to replace nodes that are no longer suited for a purpose. They will replace one of our current nodes with a lower level node. I don't think we need that right now. I want this. More food. They are somewhat cat-like. I mean, look at them. They're cute at any rate. It's such a shame we're going to have to slaughter them entirely. Alright, let's upgrade this building here. It's really useful if I get a lot of negative traits on my nodes.
A system survey has
Well, thankfully, I only have positive traits on my nodes right now. They're very good nodes. Later on, perhaps, but it's not pressing, at any rate.
construction venture completed.
What's completed? Ah, yes, we now have another starbase.
Completed.
Pops are just consuming so much food. Stormwall here also can get a nice little upgrade. It's quite vital that we make sure that the Hunter-Seeker drones are the priority, because they're keeping the peace until we've killed all of the Storm Riders. Until we've slaughtered them and consumed their flesh. How's espionage coming along? It's going to be a while before we can actually do anything over here. Okay,
A blocker has been cleared.
go check and see what's over there. Zron. It was much easier to establish contact with the crystal this time around, using protocols we established with the previous one. Again, its records are fragmented, but we have learned that another advantage of being able to enter the Shroud was that the Shroud touches all parts of the physical galaxy, perhaps all parts of the universe simultaneously. If one can enter the Shroud, it is possible to exit it at any known location. This ability to psionically jump between physical locations allowed the Zroni to spread to all corners of the galaxy. Because they spent most of their time within the Shroud, the Zroni established relatively few permanent colonies. Those they did set up were mostly located near to their homeworld. The crystal has given us the location of a sort of a shrine. Oh my goodness. What a treat this is. Hello. Goodness, darling. Yeah. Hello. Yes, it's me, Daddy. Hermes can't come downstairs often, so... There we go. She's come to love being put on her back now. good baby. Seafoam has come and delivered her to me. Alright, well here you go. Hello? Who's there? Alright, so we found another Zronai homeworld, it seems. Or not homeworld necessarily, but a shrine. Here on the planet of Medea something or another. What is it? Medea 2. Perfect. So let's go do that. Let's keep researching. What a sweet little baby she is. Hello, Yali, my dear. How are you doing today? It's so lovely that you could come and join us. I hope you got to see dear Hermes before she was carted away from us. Okay, so let's take these corvettes. We're going to bring them right to the border here before this lot give us any trouble. Now, we want to gather some information here. It's going to cost us a little bit of money, a little bit of influence, but that's alright. We want to make sure we are informed. Very important to know thy enemy. Where we had... there we go. We have 3 ships, and I just realised they're going quite slowly because I have the game on slow. That would explain why things are going quite slowly. So let's speed things up a little bit. Normal speed. As much as I like to savour every moment.
Congratulations on having colonized a new world.
Marvellous!
Our colonists are now in the process of building their first settlement, but it will take time for them to become self-sufficient.
Okay. Oh my god. They weren't kidding about being a drain on our... Jesus Christ. Okay, multiphasic force fields. We are losing contact with our operative drones as they enter the steadily more secure areas in the Shabtak League. There is a chance we could lose our presence there altogether. These interruptions are likely caused by sloppy Shabtak shielding technology putting out noisy interference. Well, that's not ideal. They're so sloppy. They're so sloppy that they're going to ruin us. Okay, now Grady here.
A system survey has concluded.
Or Giedi, rather. Doesn't really have much to offer us. But we can colonize it, which is good.
Construction venture completed.
More planets is better. Even if we're growing very, very slowly, we're still growing.
Vessels have been refitted.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. A census sweep from the ISS Ugasha has revealed one of our sublight probes in the Polygar system, but it seems to have been altered somehow. Modifications of an alien origin have been attached to its hull, and the probe's energy signature is far greater than it should be. We are receiving a transmission from it.
A spaceborne life form has appeared to us.
Are you the makers? Yes, we made you.
A science vessel is under attack.
Oh, it's grumpy. Okay, run away, please. Right, we're going to have to send something over there to kill it later. Later, it's not important. Right, the Shabtak League has declared us their rival.
A study has been completed.
We could increase our... I think I'm going to have to increase our naval capacity soon. What's this? Officer Official Schlermer. Schlermer, darling. We want you to be even less corruptible. No corruption for you, Schlermer. And how many are there? 15. Perfect. That's exactly as many as I can handle at the moment. It's very important that we figure out exactly how many ships this lot have.
An anomaly has been discovered.
A Class 12 asteroid orbits this planet. The small planetoid's orbit appears far too stable for its presence to be a natural occurrence. Interesting. Well. How are things going over here in Stormwall? Good, good. We have fewer undesirables now. Population is slowly growing. I mean, it is growing. That's true. So, more planets is still better. And, what a treat. We have achieved level 5 of the Supremacy Tree, which will grant us the ability to unlock certain war doctrines, and also our fleet command limit goes up by 20. That's important. Very important. And we get an Ascension perk as well. Now, what will go very well with that? Starbase capacity. I feel like there's much better ways to get that. Raiding is not useful for us. A lot of this stuff actually isn't useful for us. However, empire size from planets might be useful. Executive vigor is one of the more useful things. Let's look at our let's take a moment. The score's definitely below us. And look at our edicts. What do we have available here? Nutritional plentitude. We can't do that. We definitely can't do that. Capacity subsidies, though. If we got jobs. If we got what is it? I can't remember the name of it. Executive vigor. We could do that. I'm thinking that might be the best bet. One vision we don't really need. The governing ethics attraction doesn't help us as a hive mind. Grasp the void might actually be helpful just because if we build a bunch of star bases, we can move a lot of production to those. Okay, actually, and you know what? I think that's a good idea. Because if we have more star bases, it just means more production. Outright. So let's build one here. We'll put just a bunch of solar panels and hydroponics farms on them. It might not seem like a huge improvement, but it will have profound effects in the long term. Actually, we can bind both of these together, can't we? There we go. Look at that. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Deviant ringleader terminated on Stormwall. One of the more influential drones amongst the deviants that have been agitating and causing trouble on Stormwall was recently cornered and killed by the Loyalists. The death of this drone appears to have severely curtailed the activities of the other deviants, indicating its role as an important ringleader. Wonderful. So how are things going on Stormwall now? I'm imagining we have a lot more stability. Can we spread this out, perhaps? Get some more useful drones in here. We don't need everything to be just defending.
Construction venture completed.
I keep pressing the wrong button. There we go. Hello, Jen, darling. Welcome, welcome, my dear. I do hope you've had a most marvellous Wednesday. Okay, you... How are things going? Come on, let me just know a little bit more about this lot. I want to know everything I can before I start killing. Confidence wavers. A group of our auxiliary operatives in the Shabtak League has begun lagging in their assigned tasks, displaying behavior which could be interpreted as doubt. We would typically handle such matters directly through Spymaster Abiglaw, but this group acts as though it can perceive the wider machinations of Operation Gather information, and perhaps the spy network as a whole. Given that these auxiliaries are kept isolated from our more active agents, we suspect that they are being fed information from an outside source. It is, however, also possible that their proximity to independent agents may simply have endowed these operatives with the kind of insight we may one day find useful. Given these doubts, and the threats posed to Operation Gather information by each scenario, the Spy Master requests directive on how to proceed. Let's see where these insights lead. Can't hurt. Hello, Charm Serenia! Welcome, darling. Oh, good to see. Our auxiliary operatives in the Shabtak League have applied themselves with unusual fervour upon learning that their once intangible suspicions were founded in a real cause after all. The Spy Master maintains a strict information quarantine, but reports that her supply lines have never been smoother. Excellent. Alright, let's see if we can find out anything more about the Shabtak League before we attack them. It's very important. Knowledge is power. And an archaeological site event is pending at the Zronai Shrine. Let's slow things down for a moment. Finding and communicating with the psionic archives has become much easier now. Contact can be made as soon as our expedition lands, at which point we can access more detailed records and concepts. From what we have learned here, some things are too good to be true, and so it was with the godhood granted to the Zronai by the Shroud. The energy required to power the vast changes in the Shroud's composition had to come from somewhere, and for them, it originated from the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. As the Zronai... Okay, let's just pause for a moment, people. As the Zronai made their changes within the Shroud, so the singularity expanded, consuming the mass of the galactic center and converting it into energy, which was then siphoned into the Shroud. This discovery shook the Zronai. Debate turned to argument. Argument led to division. Division led to civil war between their two main factions. Interesting. Okay, and also... we have some contact up here in Witris. What is this? It appears to be a glowing ball of some sort. Okay. Intriguing. Build us a mining station. We have made first contact with the mysterious aliens. They have been given the designation Samek aliens. Let's send Gashush over there to figure out more about them. Okay, you are doing some archaeology. We're just going to wait until all these corvettes are finished. Okay, build a little bit more here. We have plenty of housing here, so we don't have to worry about anything here right now. Zimpok. A little bit more housing. Things are fine here. Over here, we're going to probably need a mining outpost. Tibby. Tibby's fine. Actually, I'm going to replace this with an agriculture district. This one, we're going to need a little bit more housing, it seems. Or agriculture, sure, let's go with that. Agriculture districts do also give housing, generally, so it's fine. Oh, goodness. Zronai Shrine. The archaeological expedition on Medea 2 has reported delays caused by an unlikely series of equipment malfunctions. Work has been halted momentarily until replacements can be acquired. You can't believe you got to see Hermes today. Truly, a blessing. Unfortunately, her cage is now upstairs and I stream downstairs, which does make it quite hard to see her with any regularity. Okay, we need more of this. So let's... Oh no, that's not what we want. We want... There we go. We're going to buy more minerals. We need to make sure we have as many minerals as possible.
An anomaly has been discovered.
Okay. Oh, they are pathetic. Okay. So I think it's probably a good... Well, we'll bring our ships over here. Oh no, we have one too many ships. That's fine. Just one over is not... It's just going to increase the maintenance by 1%. We can afford that. Now that is good. Let's get to this. Let's get the destroyers set up. A discarded cargo pod was left by someone in the upper atmosphere of Akamar 5 long ago. It has somehow escaped the notice of other spacefarers, and its decaying orbit means it would have been lost in the gas giant's crushing atmosphere within another few years. When the crew of the ISS Ugasha unsealed the pod, they found a stash of alien jewelry made of precious metals. Okay, so we can either melt them down, study their construction, or keep them. I feel like how much... That is a considerable amount of society research, so let's do that. Okay, we can build another starbase down there. That's a good chunk of minerals. What's over here? Living space debris. Diplomatic drone Gashkush is still working to confirm the hypothesis that the irregularity we have designated as Samek aliens is in fact a living organism, one that seems to be made of a cluster of random stardust. It is demonstrably able to propel itself across the void and shows basic signs of independent agency. Our research drones are perplexed by this phenomenon, and we are working hard to verify our readings. Intriguing.
Construction venture completed.
Okay, go down there, do some research. We want to keep building. I am looking forward to eating them. It's going to be delicious. Right, how are things... Oh, you know what, Escort, is there any features here we can remove? There aren't.
Construction venture completed.
Right, build us more mining stations. You go over to Runa. Actually, go to Trambolden. Okay, now incorporate these two together. Oh, wonderful. We are ready to rumble. Okay, let's eat. It's dinner time.
We have declared war.
Oh, and wonderful. Fleet limit. Yes, absolutely. Let's increase our fleet limit. Can't be anything wrong with getting more and more fleets. Unidentified object. A small rectangular object on the surface of this planet is deflecting all scanning beams, like a mirror. Our sensors are unable to determine its material composition. We'll do a little bit of research. Why not? And who was upgraded? Raglar here. Raglar, you're doing all of our archaeological research, so you can also be a scholar. Ah, we can get a little upgrade here on our generator world. Wonderful. The ISS Pythaga has picked up a signal from a discarded signal buoy belonging to one of our missing sublight probes in the Hyrium system. There is an ion trail leading away from the buoy on a trajectory to another star, suggesting that someone has towed the probe there for unknown reasons.
The situation log has been amended. A hostile station has been engaged.
Wonderful. Let's get that energy grid set up.
A new colony has been propagated.
Wonderful. Escorg has started. Okay, we'll just leave that for now. We can't do anything with it currently. Okay, well that was easy enough. Alien mural. While conducting surface scans of Euralon 2, Science Officer Abrigosh, and the crew of the ISS Jakosh discovered what appeared to be an artificially carved slab of rock covered in alien writing. They have not detected any other signs of alien activity on the planet. Exactly how this mural came to be here is a mystery. We have prepared a special project to translate it.
The situation log has been amended.
Marvellous. Okay, so first and foremost, let's go over there, because they're obviously doing some archaeology, and we want to do that archaeology. But moreover, over here, we have unlocked Translate Alien Mural. Now, to do this successfully, we're going to have to put this, so after everything else is done, I want you to research that project. Oh, actually, you know what? You're a high enough level. Why don't you focus on that anomaly there? And you, darling, go build down there. Mysterious stone. Yes. Most mysterious stone. The ISS Kagash has discovered one of our missing tub-like probes in the Phaedros system. We should begin recovery efforts as soon as possible.
The situation log has been amended. A hostile station has been engaged.
Not so much a hostile station as a station that's about to get exterminated completely.
A study has been completed.
Alright, we have unlocked... Oh, that's good. Basic combat roles. Let's absolutely go for that. We're very much focusing on military might. First contact event pending.
Construction venture completed.
Our investigation into the peculiar... the peculiar cluster of debris and space dust with the designation Samek aliens has yielded surprising results. It is a particulate cloud bristling with a powerful charge of unknown origin. It has no business exhibiting simple reflexive actions, let alone movements with purpose, and yet it does. There's something undeniably ominous about the hazy subject of the relayed video feeds. Perhaps there are things in this universe we should not tangle with.
An alien society calls to us from across the ether.
Well, that seems like something we should be researching ASAP. You missed your niece, you did, Chaos Them. She came and went. Right, cloud study. Let's do a little cloud study here. An archaeological site pending. Further details of the Zronai Civil War factions have been extracted from the crystal. One faction, which came to be known as the Divine, felt that the fate of the physical galaxy was of no concern to the Zronai, who could continue their omnipotent existence in the Shroud until the entire galaxy was consumed in some unimaginably far-off future. Even then, there are other galaxies, perhaps even other universes, which could conceivably be consumed. The other faction, the Saviors, were aghast at this. The Zronai should not destroy the galaxy to live as parasitic gods. That's my job. Even outside the Shroud, their psionic abilities guaranteed them a utopian existence. The location of a Zronai research output was included in the torrent of data. Okay, where is it? Show me. It's on Moonlit Mooring. Okay, well that's close enough. Get to work. Excavating.
A hostile station.
How are things going over here? I'm sure very violently, for we're just slaughtering them. They're nowhere near prepared for this. Automated shipyard. Well, conducting their survey of Minthara 5A, the ISS Ugasha. Yes, you know what? We're going to rename that entire system. This is now the Minthara system. Because she's our queen. The ISS Ugasha detected the remains of an automated shipyard in orbit. It is at least 1,000 years old and seems to have been subjected to a heavy missile barrage. But one of its manufacturing bases is still in working condition. Science Officer Baglosh is confident that power can be restored to the shipyard, but it would be a significant project.
The situation log has been amended.
Yes, she's recently come to just love being held on her with her little feet up in the air. Just by me, of course. No one else can touch it like that. So let's get a gun battery here. And another hydroponics bay. As many as possible.
A hostile fleet has appeared to us.
I'm sure it has. Lovely. Okay, well they just popped in here and they're about to get exterminated. That's going to be fun. Let's watch. Slow it down a little bit even. Salvagers have found one of our things. You know what? Sure. Have some money. I can't be bothered right now. I'll deal with you later. I'm busy doing a murder. Isn't it beautiful? Alright, their shields are almost down completely. Excellent. Oh, their shields went down and they ran away.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Okay. Well. Yes, reinforce, reinforce. Just start reinforcing immediately. Somebody... I think we need another... All things considered, I think we need another science ship.
Construction venture completed. A hostile station has been engaged.
It's alright. We're going to kill them quickly. Okay, and now we have information relating to their capital here, which has 3 planets. They have 3 planets here in their capital system. Isn't that absurd? Marvelous there. We're going to eat all of those. Delectable. They have insulted us. What did they say? They said, your pitiful nation is living on borrowed time. The reapers of Baal will fall. It is inevitable. Well, not at your hand, darling. Something tells me you're going to be falling soon. Very, very soon.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
A belligerent fleet. It's just some scientists.
A hostile station has been engaged.
Alright, our influence is just through the roof. I think we're going to put another starbase right here. There we go. Lovely. Oh, cute. Yes, actually, let's go over here. Go to the edge of the galaxy. Well, not the galaxy, the solar system. Wonderful. And then they're going to attempt to get in there, and you're going to just charge in and kill them.
A special project is
Oh, good. The special project has been completed. Science Officer Abrigosh has managed to partially translate the alien mural found on Urelin 2. The text contains a staggering amount of data, and the mural evidently serves as some sort of low-tech library. It describes, in broad terms, the collected technological knowledge of an alien civilization that dominated this region of the galaxy some 80 million years ago. A lot of it is already known to us, but the data does contain several promising leads for technologies we have yet to consider. There is enough data here to keep our scientists busy for decades, but we will need to build an orbital research facility to continue the translation efforts. Lovely. Some extra science. And the scientist has upgraded. I'm going to make you into an analyst.
a spaceport is the set.
Right, time to kill them. Kill them quickly. Pew pew. They ran away. They immediately ran away. Cowards. Okay, we can upgrade over here. That's good. Oh, that also, I think we're going to need... Oh, that'll give us more housing. It's fine. Want you to go build a starbase there. And now we need to find all of our armies. So, where are our armies? Oh. Abundant geothermal activity on the Tianqi port. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. This will be a prime generator district. Let's replace those. We need the money. And I want to embark all of those. I foolishly didn't do this yet. Embark all of these. I want you to go over to Hiram. This is on Zimpok. Where is Zimpok? Oh, they're both over here. Okay. You two merge together and then go over to Hiram, or Hiram, or whatever. And Black Flag Harbour also go over here. That's in Rassel Gethy, yes? Yes. Okay. Order restored. There we go. The supreme will of the hive mind has reasserted itself over Stormwall. Does that mean, are we done with the genocide here? No, there's still a little bit of genociding to do. Just not much. We've mostly genocided. Perfect. Okay, Dirge has leveled up. Now, what does Dirge do here? Ship build speed. I don't think we want that. Neither of these are that good. They're not bad, but neither of them are that good. Let's go for the ship build speed then. You know, actually, let's go back here too. Let's regroup here for a moment. While we wait for these fools to, you know, sort themselves out. Growth node has leveled up. How fares the genocide? Very well, actually. You know, we're very good at it. Terraforming speed, I mean, these aren't negative traits, but they're also not good traits. Colony development speed, probably somewhat useful. Expertise military theory. Okay, better than terraforming. Speed of intel gain, sure, we'll go with that. Some of these things just aren't particularly useful for me. But I'm thinking I'm quite skilled at the slaughtering, all things considered, Dat Boy. We have renamed this this star Minthara, because it was close enough to Minthara anyhow. And of course, she is our queen. She's the only one in our entire hive mind who is not actually being mind controlled. She's totally DTK, down to kill. And that's what we love about her. I am actually going to go into the fleet manager and have a little look-see at these. Oh, but not quite yet. Because we have... Okay, actually, we'll go to the fleet manager first. Now, this one here, I want to add... Let's just decrease that, and then we will add... Do we not have... We don't have destroyers left ready yet, so I guess we'll figure that out later. Okay, then for now... There we go. Wonderful. Now, we have another tradition tree we can take. And I'm not entirely certain where I want to go with it. I think synchronicity is probably the best one. for us at this point, we could go for discovery, which would give us over time at the end plus 10% research speed. That's good. That is good. But not necessary. Pop growth speed, relatively useless rather. And everything else here, again, not super useful. Aptitude could be helpful. I think synchronicity is the best one, though, for us. Either that or domination. But we don't need influence. Deviancy isn't really an issue. So I think all things considered, I'm just going to go for synchronicity. If just because this one gives us unity, it would be our necrophaging pops. Aptitude is good because Champions of the Empire buffs us up pretty good. Well, we don't have any champions yet. Does Aptitude make it more likely to get champions? Can we even get champions as a hive mind? Hostile fleets are present. They're attempting to reclaim this. You know what? Let's just go back and kill them. Just for fun. I don't need to heal up anyhow. Singing planet. This planet is emitting a series of signals that our exploratory drones speculated might be of artificial origin. On closer examination, they turned out to be nothing more than a natural phenomenon. One with the unusual property of strengthening the connection of our drones to the collective mind. It seems that the drones exposed to the planet's magnetic waves respond better to the will of the hive. Everything for the hive. Well, there we go. This hive, it'll give us a harmonious tune for 20 years, which will increase our immunities. Useful. Thank you, Minthara. Let's have a look-see at the... Not that was the tradition tree. Society management, yes. I can't even look at it now. Okay, so I'll see next time what the hive equivalent is. You wonder what song it's singing? It's singing The Power, obviously. Since this is our BG3 themed game. If we can, you know, build a nice little
Construction venture complete.
base right there, that would be a wonderful defensive post. So I'm going to go up here and hope that there's no other connections here. I'm not big brain enough for this game, but that's why you like watching. It is relatively... I was going to say it's not that hard. It is a little complicated. Not too complicated, but it does take some... it is a learning curve, certainly. Archaeological site event pending at the Zronai research station. It was difficult to triangulate the archive on moonlit morning, but once we did, it was easy to see why it had been so elusive. The crystal had been shattered, and contains no records that we can access. However, hope persists, as we have detected a faint signal somewhere nearby. Alright, let's keep looking. Oh, really? So more scientists is more research speed, more governors is smaller empire size, and more commanders is more naval cap. Well, that might be our next choice then. As it so happens, I'm not really attached to any of the other trees. You know, there's not... We can't exactly go down the cybernetic or genetic paths. And... subterfuge, not very good, in my experience. Sure, you go over here after and just sift through all the debris.
A special project.
Void, unclouded. The void clouds may be among the oldest entities in the universe. They seem to have originated just a scant few billion years after matter, as we know it first appeared. The tremendous forces of the young cosmos making something out of nothing. They would have been stars once, but were not. Explaining their apparent animal intelligence is more difficult, but the answer might lie in the abnormally strong electromagnetic fields that keep them together, another product of their primordial beginnings. It is not inconceivable that, given enough time, the circulation of its strange stardust and gravitic fields aligned in a flexible approximation of neural pathways or computational circuits. Moreover, the clouds seem to be receiving impulses from one another, if not outright communicating, light years apart. Quantum entanglement is suspected to play a role in this phenomenon. Right, so that either gives us plus 10% physics research from jobs or plus 33% damage to void clouds. Now, void clouds represent such a small percentage, so we'll take the 10%. A Leviathan? Oh, intriguing. We have found beings far surpassing anything encountered in our empire's spacefaring history. Life capable of growing to an unprecedented scale, rivaling moons in size and mass. Nothing could have prepared us for this. The day will forever mark a turning point in the story of the Reapers of Baal. Let us hope we survive long enough to tell it. Okay, where though? Where is this Leviathan?
Construction venture completed.
Oh, is that supposed to be the Leviathan? I don't think that's a Leviathan. Certainly not by the usual standards. Okay, we have a few more of these set up, so we can build some more solar panels and some more hydroponics bays. Here, we'll replace these both with solar panels. We don't need guns here anymore. More solar panels here. Where else will we put? Okay, well, we'll wait a little bit before we build any more. I do want to max that out, ideally. Okay. Still a few Storm Riders over here. I'm glad that we didn't have to kill the Thymoids and the Mandasura, because they are actually being quite useful. As I said before, we can't reproduce naturally. They can, and that's useful. It's very useful. How are things going? Pollen needs... we need more housing here. Okay, well let's fix that. And then I want you to build some more of those. Thank you. Okay. I think it's probably for the best for us to start attacking here. Though it's still going to be quite a while before we can actually conquer any of this. So let's just hold. We'll hold. Give them more time for their population to grow. Means more food for us to eat later. Alright, we have another science ship here. Let's quickly get ourselves another scientist. And this scientist can start doing a little bit more research over here.
A study has been completed.
Gas giant ship. Active scans of Stellaris 3 have picked up what appears to be a large ship deep inside the atmosphere of the gas giant. Judging by the nearby debris, there have been several failed attempts to salvage this derelict in the past. Any ship strong enough to withstand such crushing gravity must be a magnificent prize, and our science officer Baglord has proposed a salvage project of our own. Sure, let's do it. Do that first. I don't care about anything else anymore. And then you can go and do all that after. Starbase capacity +2. We don't need that right this moment. In fact, we don't need any of this right this moment, but we'll take that for now. Free cruiser. Ew, free cruiser's always nice. Especially, we still don't even have destroyers at this point. Bind all this together. It's worth noting, actually, I have no clue how big their armies are. Their armies may actually prove a little bit of an issue for us. Although we can bombard them to death, so... Oh, you know what? Let's just bind that all together. Sure. We have an idle leader. I know we do, but, I want one giant fleet. Let's do it. Well, we're going to restructure our military after all this, but for now, one giant fleet. Works for me. We're also repairing the automated shipyard, so we're going to get a free ship from that, most likely. The doorway. Ooh. How exciting. What can only be described as a dimensional portal has been discovered in a remote location on Escog. Weather prediction algorithms noticed a strange air current, which was eventually determined to be caused by a slight leakage of atmosphere into the portal. The rate of loss is far too small for it to make any difference to life on Escog, but the very existence of this portal raises some disturbing questions, such as where does it lead to, and could something come through the portal from the other side? Very mysteriously. Don't worry about it, dat boy. I know the game in and out, so your backseating isn't going to ruin anything for me. It's not really backseating either. You're just getting excited about the ships, aren't you? But at the moment, I'm actually going to step away for just a moment, get myself something very small to eat, freshen up my water, and return to you, darlings, with more slaughtery space adventures in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, because I promise I will not be gone long, and I'll be heartbroken if you're not here when I come back. Ta for now, my dears. Mwah. Hello, my darlings. Hello, hello. I am back, as promised. I do hope you are all doing well. We have an idle leader here. Oh, of course, we have another military leader who has been left behind over here. Let's watch as this amazing space battle takes place. And by amazing, I mean it's not going to be very good for them at all. Look, they're just getting slaughtered. They're dead. They're very dead. Very, very dead. They shouldn't stand any chance. I got a wonderful little treat when I was up there. Ooh, a turtle bar. Wonderful salt
Special project is complete.
Special project complete. In a masterful display of engineering, the team under Science Officer Baglot has managed to gently raise the derelict ship on Stellaris 3 to the gas giant's upper atmosphere. Despite its age, the ancient cruiser is in remarkably good condition, and we have restored power to its systems. No trace of the original crew remains, but we have brought over our own and commissioned the ship into the fleet. Wonderful. Let's have a look-see.
A special project is complete.
So we have this over here. A cruiser. Now over here, the ISS Gish has successfully restored power to the automated shipyard over Minthara 5A. The facility immediately resumed its interrupted construction order, using what materials it had on hand to build an advanced frigate of unknown design. Unfortunately, the ancient facility broke down completely afterwards and has been deemed beyond repair. We have sent a crew to the new ship and pressed it into service. But there we go, we have a new frigate and a new cruiser. Let's bring those over to Hiram over here. We are... Oh my god, there we go. That is the Leviathan. The Infinity Machine. Well, isn't that exciting? That's going to be fun to work with.
Council agenda available.
Larian posted a patch 5 update calling it Wither's Epilogue Party Extravaganza, and there's a picture of him smiling with a party hat on. Perfect. We love Grandpa Withers.
Construction venture completed.
Okay, where else can we build? We need to just keep building star bases. Because we're... I didn't read that. Oh well. Because star bases are going to be necessary for us to keep growing. I think... Let's build one over the Screeching Abyss. How fun.
Construction venture completed.
I think we'll put one here over Estraeus. Okay, now we're going to go over to Beiruta 3 and start bombarding it. Just to, you know, kill a few of its army. Actually, we don't need to. We have plenty. We don't need to worry about that. Don't survey. Just recover the probe.
A belligerent fleet has been engaged.
Belligerent fleet. Again, it's just transporters. They don't stand a bloody chance. Okay, what do we want now? Well, I think what we really need right now are just a bunch of research labs. We're really in dire need of more research. Now, fun fact here, because this is in a dust cloud, it has increased cloaking strength. That's marvellous. So we're going to put a wonderful little base over here. It's going to be fabulous. Okay, as the Regam squadron approaches the gargantua black hole, they find that they are not alone. At the edge of the event horizon, it soars, reflecting light from the stars being drawn into the dark, gaping hole. A gigantic construction in the shape of a perfect sphere. We cannot pick up any signals from it, nor does anything we send make it respond. It simply sits at the edge of the abyss, waiting. Very intriguing.
A hostile station has been
And it's ours now. Oh goodness. Okay. The engagement in the gargantuan system, which again we just shot down the starbase, it wasn't really much of an engagement, has given rise to unique gene expressions in Pagro. He has become Gale Speed, another sublight speed increase, but that's only as a counselor, which he's not. Right, archaeological site event. I don't think that's correct there. Alright. A much smaller psionic crystal. Okay, let's pause because it won't shut up. A much smaller psionic crystal has been located in some kind of laboratory. The Zonai, who recorded their findings within, were extremely frustrated. Their research had been ridiculed by their peers and was largely discredited. They believed that the Zonai were no longer the only entities in the Shroud, and that the collective fears and desires of their entire race were coalescing into distinct, sapient entities. Yearning to grow stronger, these entities had begun to subtly influence the emotions and thoughts of suitable Zonai, slowly causing their behaviors to become more extreme. This may have directly caused the Zonai civil war. We also discovered a location reference for one of the Zonai core worlds. How marvellous. Oh, JC. Oh, how lovely it is to have you, darling. You just want to sit here and admire me for hours and hours now. Well, you're welcome to, at least until we finish our stream. And if that's not enough for you, you can always just watch the VOD after. I do hope you're doing well, my dear. We are doing marvellously. We're just killing so much. It's wonderful. Oh boy, I love killing. Okay, let's start with... Well, let's start over here with Beruta 3. We absolutely want to start there. And there are beautiful pictures, that's true. And we have even more beautiful pictures coming, eventually. Okay, every single ship I want going to Hiram. Everyone. We'll regroup over there. Oh, we have destroyers now too. That's wonderful. Okay. Do we want crystals? We're going to need crystals, but the fact of the matter is, that's going to be a bit of a fight. We probably should. We should prioritize. Okay, where is this new archaeological site? Over here. So it's Ilya. So we're going to have to go over to Ilya here and excavate this site. Tease. Tease is what I am, darling. I love teasing. It's my specialty. Okay. Well, there's not much to do up here, so let's do a little bit of research down and around here. I think we also need another construction ship, and well, it seems like it's probably time for us to get ourselves some more destroyers. So we're going to, once we bind all this together, I want a bunch of destroyers here. So how many destroyers can I have? 15. Perfect. There we go. Reinforce that. And then the Lugum squadron down here. I have no idea where it is actually, so... Where is the Lugum squadron? I have no clue. Okay. Oh, it's over here. Did you two split up? I feel like... Okay, well I have no clue how that happened. Hydration though. Well, we won't have such big gulps today, because I do have a cup, although I could just do this. There we go. We have made contact with the mysterious aliens and the cells. Again, I don't think they're in Seoul. For several reasons. We should find out more about them so that we can decide whether they will be suitable nutrition. And I do so love to please, Josie. Alright. Okay, I'm going to deselect this, and then you can go back here. Actually, you go back to Hiram. And we'll get this back to normal speed. Oh, the debris. The debris are going to be a bit of an issue if we don't get somewhere out there researching it quickly. I think he's going. He's going to figure it out eventually. It's probably not that good of debris. We have detected what appears to be a naturally occurring subspace phenomenon on the edge of the Strudma system. A rift in the very fabric of space-time has formed here, creating a wormhole that our science drones speculate may provide a conduit through subspace to another wormhole located somewhere else within our galaxy. Depending on where the second wormhole is located, this could potentially allow ships to travel from one end of the galaxy to the other in a matter of days. Unfortunately, this wormhole, like the vast majority of its kind, is inherently unstable. Any vessels foolish enough to pass through it would be ripped apart in seconds. So maybe we'll have to stabilize that. You just realised that I'm growing out a beard. Yes, I don't know when I'm. Well, I do know when I'm going to shave it for my next cosplay, but for now, I'm just sort of letting it exist. It's quite nice on a cold day to have a beard.
A spaceport is beset.
Which spaceport is beset upon?
Invasion has begun.
Ooh, invasion time. Let's see. Oh,
A hostile station has been.
this is not much of an invasion. This is just a slaughter.
An enemy planet has been secured.
It is quite, I do tug on it a little bit, just when I'm trying to be, philosophical. I'm actually, partly I'm growing it out in the hopes that I can give this mustache a little bit of a silly twist at some point. I blame Poirot. I think all of their planets, I mean, I think this is literally the entirety of their empire here. Okay. How are we going to fix this up? We're going to give them, first and foremost, we need that. Then I want sentinel posts, and I want to replace one of these synaptic nodes. Sure. We're going to replace that with spawning pools. But the main priority is to get a few more hunter-seeker drones in there to keep the peace. Just to process our new slaves. Okay. Pagro here. Mindfulness? No. We'll get Trickster. That's perfect. I'm actually not going to go any further. As I see it, if I can go through these places again, I have a chance of finding more anomalies. It is a mind flayer. It is a mind flayer. We are playing as the mind flayers. We are playing sort of the follow-up to our Baldur's Gate 3 campaign, where we ended the game in the most malicious of manners by conquering the brain and becoming the absolute. Now we are continuing our adventures into space to slaughter everyone in Bald's name.
A worldly invasion has begun.
So we're infecting everyone with mind flayers. Okay, well that was quick. Get rid of this hydroponics farm. I'm going to replace that with another sentinel post. Again, prioritize that. And then I want to see if I conquer this planet, are they just done? Because something tells me they'll be just done.
Construction venture completed.
Oh yeah, they're done. That's it. All of their entire civilization existed in one solar system. Okay. Also, apparently there's several aliens here that we need to start researching. So, let's start doing that. The Mu aliens we are researching, and the Heth aliens. Let's start all that. And again, just prioritize the hunter-seeker drones just to keep peace. And over here, we're going to get rid of those and replace them with more solar panels. Because that's what we're all about here. Money. And we get more money if we have more solar panels. You bought more olives today. Oh, lovely. Now you can feast, my dear. At least until you run out of olives again. I would like you... Oh, pre-sapient species. I don't care.
Construction venture completed.
And another hydroponics bay. Wonderful. We should probably... Yes, I'm sure there's all sorts of deviancy there.
A study has been completed.
I think I'm going to remove that trade, though. Now, what do we have here? Oh yes, we can fix the deviancy with this. Unity of purpose. You need a new cable for your controller? Oh well, that's never fun when the cables stop working. On that note, I actually did figure out how to get our mouse working more routinely. It seems the charger just wasn't working anymore. Terrible pity, that. But it's been fixed now. And by that I mean I just got a different charger. It's colour changing, actually. What is this?
Construction venture completed.
Ooh, oh no. That... I think those are traders, which is fine. Okay, how are things going over here? What do you mean you're not allowed to... The Bog War Squadron has to be kept distinct from everyone else. Well, that's frustrating. This is why I usually don't like
A special project is complete.
a lot of the ships that you get from special events, because you can't put them in a fleet. Avalonian society encountered. We've encountered the presence of an alien civilization on Enderlang 4 in the Enderlang system. They appear to be in the early space age, as evidenced by the many primitive satellites orbiting their homeworld. Their nation-states are on a path towards joining together in a global government, and it is likely only a matter of time before they venture beyond their world and join the galactic community. Well, that seems like somebody we're going to have to exterminate right quick. So, let's prepare our fleet,
Ready.
and let's start moving this ship over here. Goodness, we've got specialized combat computers, that's wonderful. A barrier point defense, we're going to need that eventually. And the council agenda is ready. So the ship build cost is going to go down. And so is our military upkeep. Wonderful. Nutritional plentitude, can we afford that? We can, actually. But pop growth speed plus 10% when we're already so low on pop growth speed, it's just not worth it. What's the new agenda we want? Expansion. Infinite opportunities. Can we just redo this? I really like this one. No, we can't redo it. Okay, then let's go with Legion node. There we go. Kalamata olives are my favourite kind as well. They're wonderful. Very flavourful. We have so much influence. Okay, Toon World. We'll leave that be for now. Heth aliens. The vessels detected in the solar system seem to be a part of some sort of expedition across the galaxy, with purposes unknown. They may not... Oh, sorry. They have not made any hostile moves, nor is there any heavy weaponry in evidence. Instead, they seem to be broadcasting repetitive but not particularly contact-filled slogans in our general direction. Our diplomatic drone, Gashgush, is confused but hopes that the broadcast will help our language drones understand their language. Okay. Okay. How are things going here on Seoul?
A system survey has
Let's just
concluded.
keep moving everything over to
A system
producing
survey has
more and more
concluded.
alloys, because we just need so many alloys.
Construction venture completed.
What's this? Scientist Riblog has leveled up. Again, we'll just take the meticulous researcher. It's always best.
Been analyzed.
The constant calculator. We have picked up a signal. It originates from the titanic metasphere we encountered earlier in the Gargantua system. Previously impervious to contact attempts, it now sends out a rhythmic pulse of radio waves pointed towards the black hole it orbits. What it's doing is beyond any of our staff, but this signal might have created an opening into the sphere for our scientists to exploit. Absolutely, let's go exploit it. I love exploiting things. That'll be next on our list. First contact event pending. Moves aliens.
Construction venture completed.
Okay, slow down everyone. We have picked up readings of an unknown nature. The signals seem to follow some kind of repeating syntax, which could indicate sapient origin. It should be investigated
Special
further.
project is complete.
They seem to be concentrated around a single space station, although it is unclear whether this forms part of a larger spacefaring civilization. Wonderful. And now, there's an archaeological site pending here at the Zeroni core world. Unlike the previous Zeroni worlds, Ilya 4 was clearly a core world, with several cities of varying size covering its surface. Like the others, it sits empty now, showing no signs of disaster or death, the fate of its population unknown. Several archive crystals have been detected, and it will need to be investigated. Marvelous, look at all that science we get from that. Okay, let's keep exploring around here. We need, very quickly, to take this... Yes, get over there as soon as you can. Probably need to not be on slowest for that.
Construction venture completed.
And you... where's the idle one? Can't tell who's... I guess these are both idle. Oh, this is our good one. Alright. Very well. Alright, first contact with the Heth aliens.
Been analyzed.
The language of the Heth aliens contained millions of seemingly redundant sounds, apparently dialectic hangovers from their precursor civilizations. When translated, these apparently superfluous filler words seem to serve no purpose other than to add linguistic flavor, or, at most, have only minor contextual implications. Stop telling me about these pre-sapient species, I don't care. Thankfully, our language drones have narrowed down the obsolete aspects of their language and are now compiling an abridged lexicon, which should prove very useful for efficient communication with them. I don't know why we care about communicating with them. We're just going to eat them. Just eat them. They are just food.
A study has been completed.
Has it? Okay. Unity of purpose. Marvellous. We have 6 of those. 12 dense jungles. So we're going to go for that first, I suppose.
Construction venture completed.
We can give a little upgrade here. How's the population? Still 35 undesirables being slowly genocided. Eaten, I should say. But thankfully we now have enough hunter-seeker drones to mostly keep an eye on them. They're not happy. I wouldn't be either, under the circumstances. Amanda Sura keep moving in with us, which is interesting. Anyhow, Heth aliens. We have managed to decipher the confusing, repetitive messages that the Heth aliens were sending us, and it turns out that they were commercial advertisements. Apparently, they call themselves the Numistic Order, and are part of a group of spacefaring traders that make a living by offering the best deals, or what they claim to be the best deals, to whatever civilization they happen to be visiting at the time. True to form, it appears they are attempting to contact us. Well met, Absolutists. We are the Numistic Order, and our wares bear the holy seal of Numa, goddess of fortune. She has long whispered of a distant civilization, a long soul, and the wonders we can achieve together. Our fleets travel the divine currents of cosmic energy, wherever the winds of fortune take us, bringing new deals every time we enter your lands. Sadly, our ships are beyond the bounds of your realm for the moment, but next time we visit your skies, the wonders of the universe could be yours for a modest donation of credits. My only response is, of course, die. So, die. Just die. Have you considered dying about it? I don't care whether you die mad or die happy, just die. Let's keep expanding.
A study has been completed.
Now, I think it's about time for us to create a new sector over here in the storm wall area. Maybe later. Maybe later. Now, should we go for frigates or should we go for starholds? I think we're going to go for starholds because that can dramatically increase our energy credit production.
Debris has been analyzed.
Okay, how is fleet management going? So, this one is all set up. Over here, though, we're going to want 40 of those. Wonderful. And then I want some more destroyers. Okay, that's too many. There we go. Reinforce all. There we go. All of our ships are being reinforced. Oh my god. Okay, we don't care about terraforming. Node culling. We don't really need that currently. Reverse engineering minor artifacts may be of use to us, so we'll get that. The Zronai core world. Most of the accessible records focus on the course of the Zronai Civil War. Sure, research it. Our working theory is that the mood of the population influences the strength of the record about a subject, meaning the most thought about issues are recorded with greater prominence. Unsurprisingly, the course of the war was on everybody's mind. The majority... Just shut up for 5 seconds, please. Let me read. I have to pause in order to... It's just everything. The majority of the Zronai sided with the Saviours, but whilst they had an advantage in numbers, they bore one significant disadvantage. Heedless of their effects on the galaxy, the Divine were free to use their full psionic might. Meanwhile, the Saviours were limited to whatever power that could be drawn from their own bodies. At first the war seemed hopeless, but eventually a hero amongst the Saviours would make a terrible yet vital discovery. Alright, well, let's investigate that. We love terrible things. Now, the Mu aliens here, after successfully translating their language, we have established that they are an independent artisan troop. But of course, we just consider them prey. I am so tongue-tied today. A visitor! This is a joyous occasion indeed. Forgive my manners. I believe introductions are in order. We are the artisan troupe. Our members have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of art, music, culture, and all the other things which make existence bearable to a sapient being. Please, if you would like to share in the wonder of our creations, do not hesitate to contact us. We're just going to eat you instead. How's that sound? Where do you actually live? I'm going to find you and I'm going to eat you. They're over here. No, that's not them. I have no bloody clue where they are. Oh, they're over here. At Euskapis. Okay. I think I have another one of these ready, don't I? I do. So I want you, darling, to get to work. Yeah, automated. Sure. Okay, necrophaging pops provides unity. We absolutely want that. So let's have a little look-see. Interesting. So where is this? This is Briscolby. Our science drones have discovered something rather monstrous. The mountain range they scanned earlier was, in actuality, the outer membrane of a giant egg. It's uncertain what behemoth could lay such an egg, and what horror would hatch from it. Okay, well, let's study it from afar. We have discovered an abandoned solar sail ship in orbit around Mura 3. The sublight vessel was built by an unknown culture and appears to be several thousand years old. One of the massive sails has a large tear where some kind of object passed. Big chicken. Exactly, it's going to be a big chicken. Passed through. Most likely a meteoroid, which appears to have disabled the vessel. Although the technology of the ship is severely outdated, it does possess some interesting engineering design choices. Okay, well, it's always good to learn. We now have just so much influence, and I don't have anything to do with it at this point. Not sure what I can really benefit from there. We need probably to keep expanding. Yes, just keep expanding. That's usually the option. The best bet. Urba Tanak here. Let's get another spawning pool. So I wanted to check and see. So these are producing those, but they should also be producing Unity at this point. Hopefully they will eventually. Briscoe 3 is a potential terraforming candidate. We don't care, because there's no way we're ever going to do that. Terraforming is for lesser beings. Alright, now, how are the armies here? Not good enough. They're in the early space age. It's time for us to invade before they can actually, take to space and be a real problem for us. So, let's land some armies on Enderlang 4. The chicken god. That is exactly what it's going to be. The metallic orb around Gargantua has opened up. Our hacking team has been able to use the outgoing signal as a gateway into one of the auxiliary CPUs of the sphere. We are receiving some data from it, and can tell that it's been scanning the black hole for a very long time. It's old. Incredibly old. This constant calculator now lies within our grasp of understanding. If we push harder, we might find out what is going on here, and who built it. What marvels might it contain? Alright, let's start hacking. Hacker man.
A worldly invasion has begun.
Look, they're squid people too. More like bitterfish squid people. Invaders, we don't know why you are attacking us, but we will fight to defend our planet. We will not yield. No, you're going to just die. Sad, really. Pathetic, even. But very good. Very delicious for us.
A system survey has
Oh, and that's it. They're done. I was going to come and watch, but okay. Apparently, there's some deviant interference on Beiruta 3. We'll have to deal with that. But first and foremost, I want these ships to land back down while we build up the necessary defenses and such. Here, prioritize the hunter-seeker drones. I want you to resume surveying over here. Now, Beiruta over here says there is drone deviancy. That's a bit of an issue. Now, that probably won't be too much an issue eventually. Once there's fewer undesirables. You adore when I read out loud in my calm, luxurious voice. Well, this is the perfect game for that, darling. Plenty of reading to be done. Right, let's clear out all these dense jungles. Oh, there's crystal mines here. That's good. Can we build a nice little crystal mine here? There we are. Alright, Beiruta, not an issue. I'm sure everything will be fine. I want to put right over here a new starport. We have no money. No money, no minerals. But I can, well actually we have a lot of Zro, so let's sell a lot of Zro. Oh, what's this? We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in this Jolan system. We should find out more about them so that we may decide whether they would be suitable to attrition. Okay, well I think we have found our first marauders. Oh my goodness, we absolutely have. Flee! Flee, 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 flee. There we go. We have found our first marauders. We'll have to deal with that lot later. I'm assuming these are also going to be marauders, so we're going to leave this entire area alone for a while. And instead, we're going to go over here and just continue surveying that direction. Not much more we can actually do. Now, if we go here, I could just buy 1,000 minerals, and I'm going to do just that.
A system survey has concluded.
Fabulous.
A study has been completed.
Arcane deciphering. Lovely. We would probably benefit from... Actually, we have a very large fleet and we can't afford it, so there's no point in expanding it. But we could get that, and that will increase our habitability on a few planets. As we have so many different types of planets, increasing habitability is probably in our interests long term. How long is it going to take to build more? 169 months? Goodness gracious. That's absurd. I mean, I understand why, but still. Goodness. Nice, yes, exactly. I'm actually going to put both of these as starports because we can afford it, and this would be a wonderful defensive position to keep anything from up here from getting down into here. Okay, I want you to go over here now. Oh, I keep forgetting I have it on slowest, which is worse than having it on paused in many ways. How are things going on the capital? It could be better.
A blocker has been cleared. A mere trifle.
I'm willing to just accept these deficits for a while, as long as they don't get too bad. Why is ship still being made? Oh! What's this? We have another civilization here. We have detected the presence of savage alien civilization in Holden. They are in the Steam Age.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. They will make a delicious little treat for us. Little treato. Okay, so this is the furthest extent that we are going to build. Because we don't want to border with this lot. At all. As strong as we are nothing compared to this lot. Alright, our storage resource of influence has maxed out. We don't really have much use for it as a hive mind. Alright, now I think all things considered, this is probably our priority. Getting the new civic slot.
A planetary impediment has been dealt with.
Life signs. We have detected life signs coming from somewhere beneath the barren and lifeless surface of this planet. What manner of organism could possibly live here? Okay, do a little bit of research, my dear.
Construction venture completed.
Right, you
A system survey has concluded.
are actually pretty good. Also, your leader cost is minus 50%, so I won't get rid of you. Debris field in the Holden system. Sensors report a number of possible points of interest within the dense debris field surrounding Holden 2. Sure, let's do a little bit of research. You have Swedish fish candy as little treaters. Oh, I love Swedish fish. Blue lasers. We do have a lot of the research already done for that. Sure. Some kind of burrowing silicone-based life form, silicon rather, inhabits the vast network of tunnels beneath the barren surface of Ocelis 6. As best we can tell, the creatures feed off rocks, and there is evidence to suggest that they possess a rudimentary form of intelligence. Their tunneling efforts have shuffled large amounts of valuable minerals to the surface. Smashing. Swedish fish isn't Swedish. Frauds. Fraud fish. And they might not be Swedish, but they are delicious. Alright. You lot, go over here. Oh, of course, we can't... That does make sense. We can't build solar panels around a black hole. I didn't really think that through. It's fine. They'll still be useful to us later.
A blocker has been cleared. A mere trifle.
Oh no, Raglan now has a negative trait, but that's fine. Just one. Hardly the end of the world. Let's see. The Zronai core world. Ooh. Okay, first and foremost, the Zronai core world. Okay, we'll do this first because it's in the way. A closer scan of the debris field around Holden 2 has led to the discovery of an airtight capsule containing an atomic clock that measures time with unparalleled precision. It has a frequency uncertainty. A frequency uncertainty so low that it will be another 879 million years before it gains a single second and is counting down to a date 42 years and 3 days away. The capsule holds no clues as to what this date signifies or who the owners are, but it seems as though someone out there has lost track of the time. Alright, well let's just keep an eye on it, because I don't really care if it blows up. It seems... If it blows up, that just makes my job of exterminating everyone in the galaxy much easier. Okay, so on to the Zronai. The crystal tells us how a rogue Zronai researcher, working on a theory which his peers refuse to believe, turned his power inwards, consuming his own body in a contained psionic chain reaction. Following his last instructions, the dusty residue of his supreme sacrifice was tested and confirmed to be an incredibly potent source of psionic energy. It was essentially the sum total psionic potential of his life, rendered instantly usable by another scion. The crystal finally pointed us to the location of the Zronai homeworld. Well, isn't that just wonderful? It's over here too, and that's a good place for it. I always get worried because if a new homeworld or something pops up, it can pop up, you know, cutting through a choke point, ruining it. So let's go over here and investigate that.
A study has been completed.
Okay, we have researched and discovered star holds. Wonderful. Now let's increase our mining station output, because those are very good for us. And we need to give a few upgrades. Vashago here is the commander of the first invasion show, so he is a general. Absolutely. General. General Vashago. And the Legion node, I think, that doesn't seem like much, but the minus 7.5% ship upkeep could be very useful. However, the sublight speed is even more useful. Sublight speed is so powerful. Ships go fast. Gotta go faster, 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 faster. Okay, you go over here. Just keep building. It's not good for our empire sprawl, of course. But that's fine. We still haven't executed all the Shabtags. It's taking ages. They're resilient little buggers, aren't they? Oh well, they can't survive the genocide forever. Okay, now it's time for us to go and fight just a sentient cloud of gas. There we go. And the waitress system. Ooh. Here we go. Our data mining units have succeeded in breaching the inner layers of the technosphere's main hard drive. As the data download began, the orb entity initiated some manner of self-termination sequence, which ultimately ended its destruction. The download was aborted, but not before we were able to gather vast amounts of technical data that will greatly benefit our research efforts. So that gives us +5 research speed, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it does all add up. And we've destroyed that thing. That's fine. Okay. Fine. Now you go around and start, you know... Oh? Oh, over here. That's nothing. Little remains of the strange alien modifications that our missing sublight probe had been subjected to, but we did manage to collect some valuable engineering data from its wreckage. Its memory bank was also salvaged, and from it we've extracted survey data of the entire Polygar system. Wonderful. And with that, we have completed the entirety of the sublight exploration. Oh, let's pause. Oh, we missed the battle against the ghost thing. Pity. There we go. So we have completed our sublight exploration probes event chain, and for it we get 1,000 credits and 2,000 research. Wonderful. Now over here we managed to destroy a ship. So we're going to go immediately over here. It wasn't a ship, it was a cloud of gas. So we're going to go to get to the debris, because that will eventually allow us some very powerful weaponry. How are things over in Tianqi Port? Okay, well, thankfully there's no more...
A study has been completed.
No more nasty little, whatever they're called. I can't even remember what the civilization... The Storm Riders? I think we killed them all. We did. Look, Stormwall has been completely purified. I'm going to demolish this. I'm going to demolish this too. We don't need all these synapse nodes. Has anyone else... I have seen the live action Fallout pictures. They do look quite interesting. Don't know if we can really trust Amazon to handle a series that boils down at its core to a critique of capitalism, to do a good job with it, but at least they're doing it.
Debris has been analyzed.
I heard some people seeming to assume that it was based on Fallout 4, and I'm not certain where they're getting that, just because the Pridwin is visible, but I don't think that necessarily implies anything. I certainly hope it's not based on Fallout 4. From a storytelling perspective, it's the worst in the series, by far. Okay, well, we can put some hydro... Oh, we can put, of course, a nebula refinery here. And here. They're both in the nebula. Wonderful. And we'll actually go and we'll upgrade both of them to Starholds. And in Minthara as well. In fact, we'll upgrade every single ship we can. Or Starhold we can. There we go. Mining station and output has increased. Let's get coil guns going.
Construction venture completed.
Orbital imagery of Minoc 2A clearly shows the infrastructure of a technological civilization. Mysteriously, despite massive urban areas linked by an extensive surface transport network, the planet seems totally abandoned, with no signs of extant sentient life. The planet's core is more active than most, but there is no sign of any disastrous event or anything else that would immediately explain the missing population. Where did they all go? Oh, that's not good. Fashago got army upcreep plus 40%. That is a lot. Goodness Christ, Fashago. Okay, we're going to get this, I think, because... Do we want synapse drones producing 2 extra amenities? No, we'll take this because we need to lower our population size a little bit. New Vegas absolutely does have the best story. You're right, Fairy Bites. I mean, it has the best a lot of things.
Construction venture completed.
It is firmly my favourite. Okay, Scientist Baglosh has leveled up. What can we get from you? Excavator, sure. Okay, what planet's unstable again? It's Beiruta. It's still Beiruta. You lot need to do a better job of keeping these undesirables in line. Let's get rid of... I don't think I want that. Oh no, don't repair it. That's 5%. You know what, actually, we should repair that. At least while the genocide's still ongoing. Same with over here, we should probably... Oh, the genocide's almost done here, is it? No, it's not, but...
A study has been completed.
Coil gun. Okay. Now, I could get frigates here, but I kind of want to just get the... Okay, no, we do need the frigates. We're absolutely going to need the missiles eventually. Okay, we're about to make a very angry... We're about to make a rock very angry. But it'll be worth it in the end. Right, you keep building.
A study has been completed.
Just keep on building. Now you go over here and survey all of this. We need to incorporate all these little outliers. Cloud lightning, here we go. So we absolutely want to unlock that. Signs of battle. A large amount of ship debris can be found in the orbit around Witteris 4. Possibly the remnants of some kind of massive fleet action. Alright, well, let's have a little look-see. Okay, we have annoyed the crystal. To battle stations.
A spaceborne life form.
Okay, it's dead. It's dead, instantly. There we go. Ship hull points. What is your current thing? Ship hull points. Okay, no, we absolutely want tenacity too. Excellent work, darling. I think we need to start moving back down here, though. I'm sure our next target is going to be just somewhere back here.
A study has been completed. Construction venture completed.
Signs of battle. There is clear evidence that a massive space battle took place in close orbit of Witteris 4 at some point in the last 5,000 years. The surface on one side of the planet is pockmarked with craters from stray weapon blast, and scans from the ISS Jackush have picked up several hulks on the ground. Hulk smash! Though these wrecked ships are all in very poor condition, the fact that anything remains at all after damage they must have sustained is a testament to their advanced design. Science Officer Abragosh is preparing an expedition to sift through these derelict hulls for any valuable technologies. Wonderful. And we also have unlocked a new civic slot. That's exciting. So first and foremost, let's get the pop growth speed increasing, because we are going to need that. But we're also going to get that going, and we are going to reform our government. We get to add another thing now.
Construction venture completed.
Permutation pools, not particularly helpful. Let's slow things down for a moment when I work. Can you? Okay, pause. 'Cause slowing things down hasn't helped too much. The Void Hive, I might want that. Actually, no, that's not that good. Subsumed will, maybe alright. I'm not entirely. We don't want that because we don't have many unemployed drones. Divided attention. And that's not worth it. Definitely not. Change one base. No. Not useful at all. I'm actually not sure what I want here. This could be useful. One mind. Organic reprocessing. Definitely not. We don't have the resources for that. Strength of legions may be good. Or, oh, you know what? This absolutely is it. Subspace EFABs. EFABs? Yes, EFABs. The hive mind's cognitive processes exist partially in subspace, reducing the impact of time and space on the actuation of its drones. That's going to allow us to move even faster through space, which is very useful for us. But we don't have the Unity for this, so we have to come back later
Construction venture
and deal with that
completed.
later. Okay, yes, construction. Let's
Construction venture completed.
build some more of these. There we go, more solar
A
panels.
system survey has concluded.
We just need so many solar panels. Another system survey concluded over here. Wonderful. Hello, Ronnie! Oh, how lovely it is to see you, darling. I do hope you're doing well today.
A system survey has completed.
It feels like aeons since we last were able to enjoy your presence. Toxic terraforming candidate, we don't care. At all.
Council agenda available.
As we've discussed, we don't want any gender. Okay, subspace E-phase. Let's reform that, and now we'll move extra fast. You're doing okay, but you've got some kind of mild cold. Oh, my sympathies, darling. That could be truly loathsome. Well, I do hope your health improves soon. My experience, the best thing to do when you have a cold is get yourself a nice big bowl of pho. Of course, that's the best thing to do regardless, in my experience. Nothing can beat that. Hydroponics bay. Do we have a hydroponics bay everywhere? It's very important.
Anomaly has been discovered.
Odd readings. While scanning the asteroid belt, our science team found some sort of irregularity. Sure. You know what? Come back to this later. Beiruta continues to be an issue. All these deviant drones. Very problematic. Maybe if we get another... I'm thinking... Oh, we could put crystal mines here. How many crystals do we have? A fair chunk of them, actually.
A system survey
I'm going to
has
put
concluded.
another sentinel post here. You've never seen this game before. It's... Well, I wouldn't say it's obscure, but it's one of those games that I would say a lot of people haven't seen. It's Stellaris.
Construction venture completed.
It's allowing us to sort of continue our adventure from... It is very complex. We're using it to continue our adventure from Baldur's Gate 3,
A system
where
survey
we
has
finished Baldur's Gate 3 as the Dark Urge and conquered the entire planet of Toriel, or at least all of Baldur's Gate. We assume that we will conquer Toriel in time. And now we're going to conquer the entire galaxy and kill everyone. Subsume them into the hive. Okay. During its survey of Zron Prime, the ISS Aegis discovered a previously unknown strategic resource dubbed Zro. It's an incredibly rare aerosol of exotic particles. It appeared to have been deposited here through a meteor impact, but its true origin is a mystery. No, it isn't. We know how we got the Zro. The Zro is people. Okay, we need to bring a worker over here, don't we? You, darling, come over here and build an outpost for us. Great oceans of blood. That's just what we're doing, darling. The team under Science Officer Abragosh has finished their expedition of Witris 4 and returned to the ISS Jakush. Thankfully, the starship graveyard on the surface proved to be a technological treasure trove. Studying the remains of these vessels has advanced our research in certain fields by several years, and there are yet things to discover. A permanent science outpost in orbit would be a great boon to our starship engineering efforts. Okay, excellent. So we got 2,600, almost 2,700 engineering research, and a +3 to the engineering research here above Witris. Not a huge boon, but we'll get to it eventually. Probably... You know what? Forget about that. I want another shipyard here. Grant me another shipyard. We need to be expanding our ship creating capacities. Now let's go to the market. We can afford to buy... You know what? Let's just buy 5,000 minerals. That's fine. We can afford it. And we can do an upgrade there. Sublime.
Construction venture completed.
Screeching Abyss. Okay, wonderful. So let's put some hydroponics bays over here. And I also want to put some torpedo batteries over here. So if anyone tries to get at us from this angle, they're going to have a hard time of it. Wonderful. Now Sribma here, we can upgrade that.
Construction venture completed. Construction venture completed.
Perfect. Now Minthara, we'll replace that with this.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. We're getting more and more solar panels set up. And I think we want you to go and upgrade yourself. Always keep yourself at the best possible condition, my dear. We're doing quite competently, I would say. I mean, look at how much of the galaxy we have conquered already. Conquered almost, I would say, about 1/8 of it. I would say about 1/8 of it. Maybe more, maybe less. How are things going here? There's actually not many free jobs available over here. And we're about to get a new absolutist, so we might want to make more jobs available. The order has been restored on Beiruta 3. No more deviant drones. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I am going to make this a generator world, pure and simple. We're going to demolish this. And everything's going to be focused around producing energy. Living crystals. The irregularity we had designated as non-aliens appear to have been made of some sort of crystalline material. Curiously, it seems to be able to propel itself across the void and protect itself when necessary, indicating that it may be alive. Our research drones are working hard to figure out more. I think they're referring to that one thing I killed over here. We should have altogether quite the we're getting 10 rare crystals every month. That's quite a bit. At least, you know, for early mid-game. We're still in early game, actually. Nowhere near mid-game.
A study has been completed.
Cloning. Wonderful. We don't need more influence or more envoys. We might want to, you know, up our edict fund. I don't really care to do that right now. I'm actually... Oh shit, let's go over there.
Construction venture completed.
Signs of barbarism. Although their dwellings on habitat stations would suggest an advanced society, diplomatic drone Gashkush is unsure whether we are indeed dealing with an intelligent life form. They seem unremittingly hostile. So much so that a stable society seems almost unthinkable. Even during our brief period of investigation, we have observed several displays of pure barbarism. I mean, we're fond of that, so... They seem to have a language, but our language drones are still working on deciphering it so we can make some sense of this display. We're all about the barbarism ourselves. Okay, Riblog, what do you have for us here? Meticulous analyst. Sure.
A system survey.
Non-aliens. Our research drones have finished investigating the reports of extraordinary free-floating crystal-like objects observed in the Reapers of Baal's systems. Their findings are startling. Let's slow this down. The ship-size objects and their slightly smaller but equally crystal-like satellites that first appeared inert, but sudden shifts in their orientation relative to our ships and new energy signatures emerging from within the prisms indicate that they should be regarded as hazardous and approached with caution. We can either attempt to engage with the potentially dangerous objects directly, or we can establish remote surveillance and observe them from a safe distance. So, I think we're going to go with... That's not the most sensible thing, but yeah, let's just go with easy prey for roleplay purposes. For roleplay purposes, we will just refer to them as easy prey. We don't need synthetic crystal plants anytime soon. We have so many crystals. What do we have here? We can get rid of some of this jungle as well. We got a lot of jungle to clear through. We will probably actually want to build those. There's a little bit of housing left, but we need to build these hive districts so that we can actually unlock these building slots. At least for now. Over here on Tibby 1. Oh, how are things going? We have no aggro drones. None. It's fine. Eventually we'll have some aggro drones. Eventually. Our population, as I said, it grows very slowly. Because we're not actually supposed to grow, we're supposed to just invest. This planet here, I think, is going to be a prime mining planet for us. But I don't think we have anything for mining just yet. My, so many glaciers. Oh, we can produce pops just by getting rid of those. Well, that's wonderful. Things are going very smoothly. Famous last words. We're just going to bop into another genocidal race that's already gone far further than we have. Any moment, I'm sure. Usually this game involves a lot more politics and diplomacy and such.
A system survey has concluded.
But we've sort of killed anyone who's popped up. You realise this is the first stream you've caught where I'm on cam? Really? I suppose I don't go on camera very much. If just because it means I have to put the lights on, and the lights make it hot. And I'm already too darn hot. Adaptive bureaucracy.
Our vessels have been reinvigorated.
But I'm chuffed to hear that this is your first time, so that means you can enjoy my beautiful face. Let's see what we have over here.
A mere trifle.
Gene modification. I don't really want to go down the biological path. Let's go and increase our fleet command limit. Already hot enough, indeed. It's brutal. Just can't help that.
A study has been completed.
Okay, what's the study? Cloud lightning. Marvelous. We're absolutely going to use that. But first...
A system survey has concluded.
Okay, surface writing. There is significant scarring on the surface of this planet in a pattern that cannot be natural. From orbit, the massive rifts look almost like writing. Let's do the research.
Council agenda ready.
Alright. Legion node experience modifier. Wonderful. And we can start our next agenda. We can prep it. Finding the voice. I mean, that sounds fabulous. Let's get more and more unity in here.
Construction venture completed.
Alright. Lavin wildlings encountered. Having decoded what counts as a language amongst them, diplomatic drone Gashgush has identified the new aliens as a nomadic civilization known as the Lavin wildlings. They occupy a number of large space stations in and around the Jolan system that house the bulk of their massive numbers in crowded and squalid conditions. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, they seem to have developed a strong martial culture Life in the cold void has become second nature to them, and they are very adept at space warfare. There is no Lava's central command to speak of. Instead, they are divided into several different factions that vie endlessly for one another for resources and respect. Given their large population, and the shipbuilding capability of their stations, this constant infighting is the only thing keeping them from growing into a significant threat to galactic peace.
An alien society calls to us from
There we
across the
go. Outsiders. We are the Lavi. Unlike the civilized star nations of the galaxy, we have no single master to... Did you just sneeze? Sneezing out all these spores. No single master to lord over us, but I have been chosen to convey this message to you on behalf of all the houses. Do not try to impose your soft and effete ways upon us. You may freely send your alien ships into Lava's territories, but do not expect them to return. Our warriors will welcome the diversion, however. Transmit on this frequency only if you wish to offer tribute, or if you have need of mercenaries, as we are, as well as the means to pay for them. You going off to bed? Well, you can have many head pats, JC. In fact, here, a whole bunch of head pats, JC, for JC. Head pats for JC in the chat. Lots of them. Okay, wonderful. Alien writing. Someone used a mining laser from orbit approximately 5,000 years ago to carve a large body of writing into the surface of Letugina 1A. The massive script covers a large portion of the moon's upper hemisphere and appears to be a short story chronicling the difficult life of an alien mercenary. Charming. Okay, well, what I want to do, I want to go here and build an outpost right there. Good night, JC, my dear. Have a lovely sleep. We hope to see you very soon, darling. I'm sure we will. The guest. Ooh. An appearance. The appearance of a building-sized, tentacled monstrosity in the midst of Toril has thrown the capital into disarray. I mean, that's just what happened at the end of Baldur's Gate. We love tentacles. The creature seems as perplexed as we are by its sudden appearance, and has allowed itself to be restrained without resistance. We suspect the creature to be of alien nature, but we can't discount the possibility of it being an unknown species native to our world. After all, no alien ship has been detected in orbit. The creature, codenamed the Guest, materialized out of nowhere, seemingly unassisted by technology. Our confusing and confused visitor is currently being held in a research facility. Okay, well, we can eat it. We can eat it, or we can purge it. I think we're going to purge it.
A planetary impediment has been dealt with.
There's that was it. We were just... It seemed friendly, but unfortunately friendly doesn't mean anything to us.
A system survey has
We're just here to consume. Okay, I think... that... it's useful, but I would rather have the synapse drones creating amenities. Because then we can probably get rid of a few... so if we go to an island, for instance, or a place where we have synapse drones, we can probably afford to get rid of a few... Where is it? Yes, get rid of a few maintenance drones. Absolutely. Wonderful. Okay. Good evening, Harviaka Harpris. Oh, I'm so glad you popped in. I do hope you've had a wonderful day. I've been truly enjoying myself. No friendship between tentacle creatures. I wish there was an option, but unfortunately, no. It is not to be.
Vessels have been refitted.
Oh, we can start researching here in Zron system. Marvelous. Oh, here we go, an encounter in Michiel. We have made first contact with mysterious aliens in the Michiel system. We should find out more about them. Okay, they've been designated Kappa.
A blocker has been cleared. A mere trifle.
Okay, again our influence has capped out. There's not much we can do about that at the moment. Oh my god, the population is definitely starting to flourish. Things are going well, and we have capacity for another starbase. So I'm going to put a starbase right here. We're going to need it eventually. Now I want you to build several research stations here.
A system survey has concluded.
What do we have here? Titanic life and asteroid impacts and some pre-sapiens. Not really worth colonizing though. We're not very good at colonizing, so let's just not do it. Over here seems we need a few more jobs. So let's make those available.
Strange happenings are afoot.
How is my tentacle empire? It's going very, very well, although unfortunately we couldn't get along with those other tentacle monsters. The birthday affiliate stream was quite cozy and full of wonderful people, but you had to cut it short because you were tired and your lungs were being assholes. Oh, my apologies. It's your birthday? Well, most wonderful felicitations on the anniversary of your nascence, my dear Harfiaka. A happy birth to you. You just turned 40. Well, that is absolutely sublime. I hear the 40s are very exciting. Congratulations and happy birthday to you. I hope it's been a wonderful day, you know, aside from your lungs being frustrating. Pneumonia definitely does take time. Brutal, brutal thing. But you'll be better in time. In the meanwhile, hopefully you have enough, your lungs are working enough that you are able to blow out your birthday candles. They want me to offer them tribute. I shouldn't really, but just for now I'm going to give them 500 food. It's actually just going to be people though. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to position my ships right here. I don't have any defenses set up yet, so now this here. Oh, good. Alright. It is doing well here as well.
A study has been completed.
So I think what we can start doing here is replacing these with industrial districts. Because we do need industrial districts. They're very important. And we'll get a sensorium site here as well. You absolutely must show us your fabulous self in the Discord. Okay, below the surface of Zimtari 2 lives a most peculiar organism. Scans and samples show that it is some sort of mycelium littered with spores. Compared to the traditional size of spores on our homeland, these are massive. Their surface is a shimmering kaleidoscope, and the hues seem to change based on their surroundings. The strangest thing about them is that they seem to form a network capable of generating what the science group believes to be a signal. The current emissions are very weak, but with some effort, it might be possible to find out where they lead. Okay, well, we can bring them back to be sold. We can just say we don't have time for this, or we can initiate a project to discover the fungal trail. I think that's the most interesting thing. We do love a bit of science. Alright, miniature containment fields. Let's skip past that. Let's go to cold fusion reactors. I'm a purifier. I absolutely am Bob. You know, it's not the most fun way to play this game, but it is often the quickest. Our sensors have detected a particularly clear repeating signal from the Kappa aliens. Oh, we just skipped ahead and picked up readings of unknown nature. Okay, wonderful. We're very quick in discovering more about the Kappa aliens. What's this? Society research. Okay, I think it's about time that we increase our naval capacity. We don't really need to cull any nodes as of yet.
Survey has concluded.
Have I started building this starbase yet? Oh, I have. Okay.
Construction venture completed.
Wonderful. 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to upgrade it immediately. And we will also get ourselves a nebula refinery and some torpedo batteries.
Has been dealt with.
I'm not a fanatic purifier in the same sense of I am playing as a hive mind. So not so much a fanatic purifier as a devouring swarm is the proper term, I believe. Alright, Sigma aliens. Let's learn more about them. These are the artists, I'm assuming. We're going to have to exterminate them soon. I'm really hoping that these don't just connect to each other. That would be so heartbreaking. The ideal would actually be, I saw there was some kind of wormhole. I thought I saw a wormhole up there. Oh well. The signal we intercepted was a distress call from a ship in orbit around Hawaz 1. The ship was not giving off any heat signatures and seems to be drifting. A special project has been issued to investigate what has happened to the crew. Okay, let's do that.
The situation log has been amended.
Where are you? You're over here. Wonderful. You're back with dinner, which is the rest of leftovers of the Turkey Day leftovers. I do love those leftovers. You've been watching me play, but you're not sure you understand the premise. It is, I suppose, in a sense, space colonization. That's one aspect of it. You do need to build trade routes and bases and such. It's just, are you familiar with Civilization and games such as that? 4X games? This is one such. So the idea is just expanding and fighting, and what we're doing specifically is we're trying to continue our Bullspawn campaign from Baldur's Gate 3. And by that I mean we're going around trying to basically exterminate all life in the galaxy, as Bol requested. There will be nothing left alive once we're done. Anywhere. So right now, what we are specifically doing, it's not, as a rule, a genocide game, but we have chosen to play as a hive mind that's going around just sticking worms in the heads of anyone we conquer. And bringing them into our fold.
Strange happenings, Littlefoot.
So I suppose we're not quite playing genocidal so much as, well, I mean it is still genocide, isn't it? By technical terms. There is a significant amount of debris in orbit around this gas giant. Most of it appears to come from long-lost starships of various configurations. Okay, we'll give that a little research.
A study has been completed.
Well, actually, we're not going to be doing much colonizing, all things considered, because colonizing,
A blocker has been
that's what a lot of other civilizations out there in space are doing, but we don't really grow very well. Our people can't really reproduce with each other. Yes, in a sense it's an Eater of Worlds campaign. There is in fact actually an entirely other sort of type of species you can play. Rock people, and you could be a lithophore
construction venture completed.
and devour. Sorry, you could be a terravore, which allows you to literally eat planets, which is very fun. I'm not doing that right now, just because it didn't really make sense for what we're doing. But it is good fun. Alright, an archaeological site has an event pending. Zron. Zron is racked by storms of psionic energy, and appears to be only partially in phase with the rest of the universe. Whatever calamity befell the Zeroni seems to have originated here. Like all previous colonies, it is devoid of Zeroni but is teeming with crystalline signals. Given this much signal noise, on top of the strange atmospheric conditions, it may take some time for us to locate any useful information. Alright. Well, that's good to know. And now this debris field over here. The strong gravity well of Horus 2 has pulled in a massive amount of space debris, which has formed a dense layer around parts of the gas giant. Most of it appears to be wreckage from a series of space battles fought in the system several millennia ago. Scavengers have already scoured the debris of valuable technologies and artifacts, but a mining station should be able to recycle the material. Okay, well that's useful. Maybe. Potentially. We're still very much in the early game, but we've done quite well for ourselves. We've destroyed 2 other civilizations, both of our neighbours. We haven't destroyed these chappies here because they are a stagnant ascendancy. So basically, as you might imagine them, we just sprung up about 40 years ago. We started climbing out of our planet. You know, we weren't really, well, not out of our planet, but out of our solar system. We started traveling only 47 or so years ago. These folks over here, they've been here for a long time. They have long since become, you know, they've conquered the galaxy ages ago, perhaps. And then they came back, and then they, at some point, just started stagnating and crumbling apart. And now this is all that's left of them. But they still have very advanced technology and quite an army. Very powerful. So we have a little bit of an issue here. We're receiving a distress signal from the ISS Werglug. The crew has gone mad and are killing each other. The captain has lost all control. Sending help would be futile. Okay. So they're dead. Oh well. They got a little bit too excited and they killed each other. That's what a good ballast does anyhow. Kappa aliens. The Union of Upcyclers. Let's hear from them. We've met your ilk before. We have nothing to say to you, nor services to offer. Kindly be on your way. Okay. Do you really want to talk to me like that? Because I will eat you. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter how you talk to me. I'm going to eat you anyhow, so... How are things going on our planets? Do we still have any undesirables? We do. A few more undesirables to get rid of over here. Should we? We'll just leave it for now. I don't want to overbuild. Because the thing is, if you overbuild, you're still paying upkeep costs for the things you've built, even if no one's working them. You know, we have to make sure that there are available jobs for our people, but we don't want too many available jobs. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of food you're producing here. That's quite good.
A special project is complete.
Okay, following the fungi. Tracking the signal emitted by the mycelium proved to be a tricky business. Despite the best efforts of Abrigosh, it was impossible to determine a destination for the signal, and the mycelium mostly remains a mystery. Despite this, we managed to learn a lot of the process, and the data is being brought back as we speak. Well, that's disappointing. You're fired. No, Abrigosh is still quite useful to us, but I am tempted. I think we need to build ourselves another construction ship. Okay, we are making a good chunk of money. Oh my god, I was about to say everything's doing well. Not so much. The food. The food is not doing well. That's fine. We can handle even if we drop into a deficit for a while. It's not the end of the world. Let's upgrade here. We want to make sure all of our star bases are upgraded. We have the resources for it. And by upgrading them, we can build more modules. Now we might actually want to colonize this planet. Iceland. Inexplicable optical phenomena play across the surface of Hodim 8. My goodness. Clearly visible from space. Okay, well let's do a little research. What are you? Sigma aliens. How about you Sigma balls? Can't help myself. It's terrible, I know. During its survey of Viriac 6 rather, the ISS Jakush discovered several exotic gases previously unknown to us. These gases have a variety of different uses, particularly in the operation of advanced energy-based weaponry and force fields. Some of the gases can also be used as starship fuel, or even as recreational drugs. While we do not yet possess the means to extract this resource, we should seriously consider establishing control over the system for future exploitation. Something to keep in mind, certainly. And what's this? Stability +5 or Edix Fund +50. I think we're going to go with the Stability +5 because that does translate into several boons for us in the long run. Science Officer Baglosh reports that the luminous waves coursing through the ice that blankets Hodim are of alien origin. Some ancient battle has deposited scattered wreckage from an alien fighter on the frozen planet, and only the exposed core of its main weapons remains intact. It seems this alien race used lasers similar to the ones currently in use by absolute fleets, and the fizzling innards periodically discharge low-powered beams into the ice of Hodim. The planet's harsh climate prevents the ice from melting as the lasers shoot at it, allowing the chilly matrix to act as a brilliant prism. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
A study has been completed.
Cold fusion power. Now, what shall we do next? Sure. Survey speed up 25%. Can't hurt. How are things going here? Need a little bit more housing, it seems. Should go around and see. Colossal impact crater hints that something big collided with the surface of this planet once. We'll do a little research. I'm going to go building some houses for, well, not houses, hives. We're building hives. Another hive. Oh, no, we're completely out of minerals. Never mind. No more hives for us. Zron. We have found and communicated with several crystals, including one from the outcast Shroud entity researchers. With these, we are learning more about the Zronai's war. Using the Zrodust required great sacrifice from the saviors, but with it, they were able to turn the tide of their war against the divine. As their defeat loomed, the ever-increasing rage and fear of the divine spawned new and terrible entities within the Shroud. The feedback loop grew, pushing the divine into the depths of madness. They were driven to ever-worsening atrocities, urging the saviors to end the war at any cost. And here, the FTL impact. A massive crater on Viriac 4 appears to be the result of a collision with a starship. From the size of the crater, we suspect that a ship exiting a hyperlane at maximum velocity, rammed the planet for reasons unknown roughly 10,000 years ago. The ISS Jacush has picked up residual subspace echoes near the crash site, reminiscent of a collapsed hyperparticulate field. But the ship itself disintegrated on impact, and the theory cannot be verified. Very intriguing. You're sneezing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ronnie. God, I know how it feels to just be unable to stop sneezing. Ghastly. Just ghastly. I want to find out what's in the Forbidden Nebula. Why is it forbidden? Share your secrets with me.
Construction venture completed.
Alright, Beiruta station, rather, has been upgraded, so let's give it more solar panels. Scanning the star unveils a small object in a rapid orbit. Its small size and high velocity make it difficult for our senses to isolate. Now, let's do a little bit of research. Okay, we absolutely need more houses here. And then I would like you to set up a spawning pool, ASAP. Can we go to the market here? We're going to buy
construction venture completed.
30 gems a month. And I also want to just buy 1,000 right now, just to get us going. Spawn pools, absolutely. Alright.
A study has been completed.
Yes. Tech. We have all this tech to pick.
An anomaly has been
Sure. Transit hubs, we want that. How many volcanoes do we have? Okay, that's not worth it. And cruisers. There we go. We can start getting cruisers. And setting up more torpedo batteries. There we go. We've got a report from Science Officer Abrigosh. It seems that a ceramic container is circling the scar Viriac. Most peculiar. It should obviously not be there, yet somehow it has managed to find its way into a close orbit. A special project can be issued to investigate the container and to deduce how it ended up there. Sure.
The situation log has been.
Let's do that. An abandoned life port was detected in close orbit of Hodim 5A. It is covered in scorch marks, presumably from when the pod's mothership exploded, and preliminary scans suggest it was built more than 5,000 years ago. The crew of the ISS Ugasha managed to open the pod, revealing the withered remains. It's Withers. We found him. He found Withers again. He's back. The withered remains of a reptilian alien clad... Oh, no, it's actually... It's Lae'zel. Rip. Clad in a resplendent uniform, clutched in one of its claws was a small picture of another individual of the same race, possibly a mate or revered leader. It was a picture of me. No, wait, I wasn't one of those filthy lizard people.
An anomaly has been discovered.
Cloud stands. The atmospheric patterns of Viriac 1 are highly atypical for a gas giant of modest size. Let's have a little look-see at that. So how are things going over here? A lot of money being made in Mayriad. That's good. Okay, we can't do much more over here, though. Not that we need it. I think there's plenty of jobs available. Oh my god. Okay, the amenities there are ridiculous, though. Way too many amenities. I want... Right, let's build some strongholds. That'll increase our naval capacity. And... a synaptic node. There we go. Deceptive Giant. What we had assumed was an abnormally small gas giant is, in fact, not. Beneath a deceptive cover of thick dust, swirling in the upper atmosphere, lies a regular planet, a barren planet, but a planet nonetheless. This has proven quite embarrassing to the astronomical community on Toriel. You should be embarrassed, absolutely. Is this it? No, this isn't it. Let's get our ships upgraded. We need to get those all fixed up.
Construction venture completed.
Also, let's build a bunch of defense platforms here. We have so many alloys right now.
Construction venture completed. Construction venture completed.
And they're both boys. Yes, exactly. They're both boys. But actually, it's hard to tell with reptiles. Okay, well, I think I'm going to end up getting rid of this cruiser once we build our own, because
A system survey has
I hate the fact that it's just has to be separate from the rest of the fleet. It's not helpful. More solar panels. Never have too many solar panels. We're just raking in the money now. Maybe speed it up a little bit.
a spaceborne life form.
Oh, what's this? Oh, wait. What is this? Rubies. Okay, that's not particularly helpful, actually. I was hoping those were going to be, organic. Alright, Scientist Wrangler has leveled up there. So, what can we get you? Autonomous drone. Leader upkeep. How much is the leader upkeep right now? 10. That's nothing. I'm not really too worried about that. Sure, take that. Increase your archaeological skill. Now, speaking of archaeology, let us hop back to Zrolden.
A study has been completed.
As we communicate with more crystals, more details emerge. On the brink of defeat, the Divine decided upon their ultimate plan, the end of the cycle. The growth of the black hole galactic core would be accelerated to consume the galaxy as soon as possible. At worst, the survivors, or saviors, and every other species in the galaxy would be destroyed, leaving the Divine to rule the Shroud for a vast but finite time. It was, however, possible that the expansion would become self-sustaining, consuming not just the galaxy, but the universe itself, providing a source of energy which may not be infinite, but would at least come close enough to make no practical difference. That's what we want to do. That's our plan. Brilliant. Did they map it all out for us so we know how to do it? That's a lot of glaciers. Okay, let's go with that. Let's get rid of those glaciers. Another archaeological site has been found. Our scans of the Bombala system show that its asteroid belt is of an unusual variety, instead of standard mix of rocks, ice, and space rubble that usually make up such formations. It seems to be the remains of a number of large artificial habitats. These must have been destroyed with incredible violence sometime in the last few millennia. Untold secrets may be contained within the resulting debris field, but it is so extensive that charting it out could take some time. Okay, well, that sounds like fun. Let's do just that. Okay, now I want you... Oh, okay, to go over here then. Sure. And then there. Wonderful. It's a little bit more expensive if I build away with regards to influence cost, but we have so much influence. You've missed so much, Kachai, but you've come back in time for talk of lesbian geckos. Perfect timing, really. Okay, we need more houses. And we can afford to clear some of these blockers. Not many, though. Nature preserve.
A blocker has been
Sure, get rid of it.
A mere trifle.
No nature preserves here. How are things over here? Going quite poorly. They're slowly building up. We might actually need to start terraforming eventually. Also, I think it's time for some fleet management. Because we can definitely carry a lot more than we have. So let's add 20 destroyers there. And then fill it up with frigates. Sure. Okay, reinforce all those. And then this ship. Sure. Reinforce those. There we go. Building ourselves a nice big fleet. Right, this scientist, none of this is actually helpful. Sure, synapse linking. Your BF is listening to the stream and everyone should congratulate him for being almost 2 weeks post-op. Wonderful. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Ronnie. Congratulations, Ronnie's boyfriend. That's marvelous. Energy signature. The ISS Jakush has picked up a strange energy signature coming from somewhere deep inside the atmosphere of Iveriac 9. It appears to originate from a structure of some kind, possibly the remains of an orbital station, but the atmospheric pressure makes it impossible to approach. Nevertheless, scans of the unique signature have yielded a large amount of valuable physics data. Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous. Oh, we are doing just so well. I mean, we have extinguished, let's just look at the species, just to make sure. Absolutely, we've extinguished 2... Oh, okay, perfect. I am being summoned, so it's perfect time for me to wrap up, it seems. We have extinguished 2 species from this galaxy. We are letting the Mandasura and the Thymoids continue to spread. So much killing, it's true. We have killed a lot. Although, again, killing is a little bit... I mean, I suppose the question is, are people killed when they become mind flayers? Some would say yes.
A blocker has been cleared. A mere trifle.
We are transforming them. We are controlling them. We are bringing them into our fold. If anything, we're just creating unity. We're generating a sort of, as they say, the grand design, the illicit empire. One of us. Exactly. Seafoam's making sure that I come along, because it is time for me converting the masses, exactly, to the faith of the Absolute, for the Reapers of Baal. Because as I said, Baal has demanded that we, get blood. Yes, but also no. Exactly. That's it. Yes, but also no. So, let's just go to just the camera so you darlings can enjoy my beautiful face for a couple of moments while I save the game and say my heartfelt goodbyes to each and every one of you. Spread the red. Exactly. So much bloody red. It's wonderful. I had a marvelous time playing with you, darlings. This game is very narrative focused, and my voice is getting a little bit hoarse from reading everything out. But it's good fun, certainly. And we are doing fantastically, all things considered. I mean, we've conquered a lot of the galaxy. if I look at the numbers, just out of curiosity, we are in 4th in rank. I don't actually remember how many other species are out there. We have conquered about, well, like I said, about an 1/8 of the galaxy. We're kind of sitting at the moment. Now, unfortunately, sitting is not great for us. We need to be conquering. But I think hopefully we can discover someone else to conquer next time we come back to this. For now, I am going to leave you, darlings, with my love and adoration, and the knowledge that you will see me very soon. Thank you once again for coming and spending such a wonderful Wednesday with me. I have cherished every moment of your company. Ta for now. Mwah.